Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Mr. Bepic stream, where tonight we have a pair of CCA Summer Series matches featuring Ole Miss. And first up, they're playing Davenport, and then after that, Kennesaw State. So a rather stacked night on the Bepic stream. So I have brought in the big guns to help me cast this one. Bub kicking it off with me with Ole Miss versus Davenport. Bub, my man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, we just recently got to see a CCA match. I think it was on Monday, if I remember right. And we're here again, just like last time. I'm really excited to see CCA games. So I'm here, and I couldn't be happier to be here.
Yeah, I mean, this is technically an extension of the SEL versus Great Lakes night. Like, Ole Miss doesn't play in the SEL, and I don't think this roster of Davenport's eligible to play in Great Lakes, but it's still a regional rivalry, with Ole Miss being in Mississippi and Davenport, are they in Michigan?
Southwestern Michigan.
Okay, I should have known. Like, they're one of the best CRL teams in North America. They're probably going to be in Michigan. So we're just continuing the rivalry match. It's kind of a tiebreaker of sorts, because we tied. SCL got 2, Great Lakes got 2. We were tied in game differential. So hey, maybe we make this an unofficial tiebreaker.
Oh boy, I might be regretting that here soon, but I'm confident with the Davenport boys if that's the case. But no, I'm just. It's awesome. This Davenport roster completely different from what we saw even a year ago with the additions of Cam and Brock and Bolte coming in. I think he was here last year. It's a completely different roster, and it's already shown in I was gonna say SEL. It's CCA that it's definitely one of the better rosters in Summer Series right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were undefeated up until last night. Last night was when the series officially happened. They lost their first series of the 5 they've played to West Virginia in Game 5 as well, which is a very quality loss. Like, that's about as quality a loss as you can possibly get in the CRL landscape. So Davenport looks really good right now. I think they are in the very early stages of Summer Series East, a lock of a playoff team, and obviously they're only a third of the way through their round-robin slate. But starting off 4-0, on paper, this roster looking as stacked as it is, Bub, I think they are as pretty close to a lock as you can get.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, everywhere Cam tends to go, whether it was back in Columbia with CCA Summer Series or CRL even, he always does well no matter where he goes. Bolte and Brock obviously has been to RLCS before as well. Bolte, no slouch of his own. It's just an extremely strong roster, and I mean, yeah, I would just say that it's like you said, they're kind of a lock at this point, it feels.
Yeah, and we'll see if that continues. Obviously, nothing has been certain. Summer Series results have been pretty chaotic, especially over in the Western region, which we won't talk about much tonight. But there have been a lot of upsets. I mean, Illinois State 1-4 right now at the bottom of the table, or I guess close to it in 13th place for a team as stacked as No Mansion CG and Sith should be. They're at 1-4 right now. We watched them lose to Bruton Parker in Game 5 on Monday, which was part of our SEL versus Great Lakes night. And I mean, there have just been so many upsets that Ole Miss is coming in here as the underdogs, sitting at 3-3 themselves, but there's no reason they could not win this series.
Exactly. I mean, like you mentioned, Davenport 3-2 there to West Virginia, another roster that's been so good over the last year and a half. And you know, they just took out Fisher, who I know has had a rougher run as well, but everything so far, with I think the exception of Northwood and actually I think it might just be Northwood, thinking back on the standings, it just feels like there's always that chance right now.
Absolutely. And for Ole Miss, they are the team that is not at 1 loss or 0 losses that is sitting in a playoff spot. At 3-3, they started off hot, actually. I streamed their first night of Summer Series action when they 3-1 Shawnee State and 3-1 ISU. And since then, they've had a bit of a rougher stretch. I mean, losing to Fisher, that's not a great loss. Losing to Ball State's forgivable. But Ole Miss is one of those teams for me that is 50-50, either a playoff team or kind of like the 8th place through 12th place kind of team. They don't always have it altogether, it seems. So tonight, I was telling Bub before we got into this thing that I really don't know what to expect out of Ole Miss. They could come in here and they could 3-1 Davenport, or they could get 0-3 by Davenport. I'm not sure, which we should be getting into this thing in just a second, Bub, but it's going to be an exciting match for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You're kind of echoing everything that I've been thinking, so I'm kind of out of words at this exact moment. But personally, this is my first look at these two rosters. I guess in person, if you will, not necessarily in person, but being in a lobby, seeing how they play.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've followed Cam over the last couple of years. Brock, brand new to the CRL scene. Bolty, I saw a little bit last year as well. I'm excited. I've echoed that 3 or 4 times now, but it's always a good time when you get to see some Rocket League at this kind of level.
Absolutely. And Brock at the near top level, having made RLCS this past season for the first time. He's actually been, I guess not in CRL, but in Collegiate Rocket League for a while. He played at the University of Alabama for I think 2 years. So I never actually got to meet him at any of the Alabama state lands. He unfortunately couldn't make it to the one that he did qualify for several years ago, but I've been familiar with him at Collegiate Rocket League for a while. He's been the bane of Auburn's existence in the past. But we're actually getting into the lobby here. I believe everybody's ready, so we'll get started. Ole Miss in blue, Davenport in orange. Best of 5 here. This is a regular season summer series match, and Davenport already have a huge opponent. Stealth will close.
Well, Stealth's going to follow this one up off the right wall. Got C-Money in the middle. Brock's going to close down for a 50. Bolty, a quick shot on target! And Davenport, just like that, is struck. It's 1-0.
Stealth couldn't keep full control of this. Got out 50'd by Brock here, and Lunar got caught in between challenging as the third man in his defensive half and peeling off and sticking with the goal line. And he chose wrong. He got caught in between both of them. So, slight mistake there defensively from Ole Miss to give Davenport their opening goal, but that was full-on pressure from DU to start us off.
Stealth's going to try and alleviate some of that. He's got Lunar. He'll find him. Lunar to the backboard. No one there until Cam was for Davenport. 50 drops down for Bolty, who will find clearance up to the right side for Cam to the backboard where Stealth is residing, and he'll try and clear. He's got Brock with him. Gets through him. Stealth keeps going. No boost in the tank. The 50 on Bolty! And we're tied!
Wow, I gotta see this again. Stealth had no boost for the bulk of that play, and Bolty backed off, I think respected that extra little touch Stealth could have gotten off the sidewall, not realizing he didn't have anything in the boost tank, and him backing off proved to be the wrong decision after Stealth cut that ball back on target, and Ole Miss have drawn us level.
Brock back the other way off this kickoff. 2 touches towards the net. Lunar should be an easy save for him, no problem. Has to deal with the 50 on Bolty. Doesn't work out well for him. Off the ceiling to the middle. 2 commit for Ole Miss. And Cam will work this one to the side for Brock, who off the corner gets 1 touch. Tried to get 2, but Stealth too fast there. And Cam forced to clear off to the side where Bolty resides. But so far, I mean, we talked about the first minute feeling like it was all Davenport. Ole Miss maybe settling in here a little bit, Bepic.
Oh, yeah, first 20 seconds was all Davenport, and since then Ole Miss has found a way back in this thing. And you expect that. I mean, first couple minutes of a series like this, Ole Miss trying to pull off a big upset, hand Davenport their second straight loss in a row. I mean, that would be big, and both teams are trying to avoid taking the L in what is a massive series for both of these squads with playoff implications. So Davenport getting a little bit more agency in the offensive zone here after playing more on their back foot in the last 60 seconds or so. But with Cam hanging out on the side wall, actually let that go for Brock, setting up Bolty for a pass to himself. He'll dunk that ball center, and Ole Miss should have this fairly covered up, but there's no one back. Dangerous at the moment for the Rebels.
And a couple good scoring chances for both sides. We just saw one a couple seconds ago there for Ole Miss, as you were talking about, Davenport getting a look in the offensive zone, and you can't sleep on this Davenport roster. A good look from Bolty, a good look from Cam. Finally, C-Money able to get the ball out. He will keep it on the backboard for now. Bolty up over the top of Stealth. Cam will pursue, and he gets it right past Lunar, and it's 2-1 just like that.
And it's another Davenport goal where Lunar is caught out as the last man here. Stealth gets clean beat, and that leaves Lunar in an awkward spot as C-Money was playing the passing option way up front. So, again, Lunar has to pick the right time to challenge. He wasn't able to right there, and Davenport find themselves another goal in transition.
Here comes Davenport again. Bolte, no boost in the tank, gets bumped by Lunar. Might still be on it until Stealth runs some interference. A shot there from Cam, kicked away by Lunar, and Lunar will follow. Flick up to the right side for Stealth. Brock able to get in the way, and Cam back the other way for Davenport. Lunar will take that one away around midfield. It's got one in the middle. Gonna stick to it himself. Flip reset. Blocked there by Brock. Cam will send it back the other way. Stealth up over the top of him. Lunar tried to get past Bolte, but nothing getting past Davenport right now. C-Money to Stealth. That one on target. Brock to save the rebound! And Cam comes through on the near post.
Yeah, Cam had that tracked the entire time, was moving in from the corner and has read the perfect shot from C-Money. I mean, top right's where you want to go right there, but Cam got back in the nick of time, and Ole Miss denied there, but trying again. Now that should be their offense falling a bit apart, unless Lunar can salvage it with a back wall play. He's got the boost for it, but is stopped by Brock at the midfield line, who lays a pass to Cam, who polishes off a third goal for Davenport.
I'm not sure who the third was there for Ole Miss, but C-Money, I don't even think saw Cam. If there's one thing we've seen so far here in Game 1, Bepic, it's Davenport is not afraid to follow quickly. And that has led to, I believe, all 3 goals for them. It's a fantastic start for Davenport. For Ole Miss, they're going to get one back right here off the kickoff. But still, I mean, Davenport, the speed difference so far has definitely shown on the offensive side.
And Ole Miss having to get creative to get one back, as they have been dusted a couple of times in defense. But hey, that's what kickoff strats are for right there. It was played tremendously, with Lunar moving up to the left side as the cheater, and he was given free access to the Davenport net. So exactly what the Rebels needed.
And access.
Yeah, a demo opening up the Davenport goal for C-Money to put in his first of the game, and just like that, we're tied. Beautiful.
I mean, you were just saying it. A good look off a kickoff, a demo, the great equalizer for speed, and just like that, we're tied with just under 90 seconds to go. And it never really did feel like Ole Miss was out of it. Just a couple small differences in the offensive end, the small details were leading the way for Davenport, and just like that, we're tied.
It bodes well for this being a lengthy series. The teams going back and forth, both having their moments in offense where the plays that they're creating are besting the defense on the opposite side of the pitch. Here's another opportunity with Lunar trying to carry that ball himself, but can't get it past Cam. The first challenger for Davenport gives Bolte access to the ball. He finds Brock down the field, but Ole Miss shut down that play. And Davenport were trying, and they'll try to set up their offense once again. Final 45 seconds of Game 1 here, still tied at 3 apiece. We'll see what Ole Miss has.
C-Money's going to go for another bump. Brock comes through with the clear, gets the boost, gets back to the ball, but it's just high. Off the 50 there from Lunar, and Cam back the other way. To the backboard. This is going to waterfall straight down for Brock, and it's 4-3!
That waterfall position is never enviable for any defender. I mean, C-Money right here, not quite sure where that ball is going. If it's bouncing out or straight down. That moment of hesitation is what gives Brock access to slot that ball near side. And that gives Davenport a late lead here at the end of Game 1. Ole Miss, once again, is down and needs to clutch up.
This one back in the midfield. Bolte tries to cut off Lunar. Lunar gets a bump on Cam. Brock tries to settle it down. Leaves it up for Cam. Bolte deleted in the backfield. Stealth towards the net. This is high. Brock not able to make contact, and Stealth maybe took that one away from Lunar. Bolte no boost off the ceiling, being harassed. Gets it down to Cam. One good play from Cam can end it here as we hit zeros. Off the ceiling. A pass down from Stealth finds nobody, and just like that, Davenport is off and running. They get first blood.
It was not easy, though. That was a highly contested game number 1. 8 shots to 9. Davenport squeaking out a narrow win with that late goal. And I mean, fair play to them. We're going back and forth here. The offenses are on point at the moment with their playmaking, their nicely timed demos, nicely timed passing plays, transition plays, whatever they need in the moment to get the goals required to win games, which there was 4. Like, that was a shootout and a half of a Game 1, and I'm hoping that's what we get all the way through this best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Davenport, the quick 3-1 lead. Ole Miss, the quick response, really, with the kickoff and the demo. And it's just like we said earlier, the small details, the slight speed differences for Davenport, the quick commit. I believe that was it was Brock who got the 4th goal there for Davenport. The quick read off the waterfall. Little things like that have proven to be the difference in game 1. We'll see if that continues to be the trend here as we get into game 2.
This is one of these that I'm just excited to see what the teams are able to put on display. It's an entertaining best of 5 that's shaping up. But off kickoff, Davenport given an opportunity to score first. Brock almost got first blood 5 seconds in. Bolte might yet, and he will. Goes far side with the shot, and it pays off.
Well, just a little bit of panic here. C-Money and Stealth both go for it, and the demo in the backfield pretty much seals the deal, as you know Bolte isn't missing from there.
Nope, that was a perfect shot. I don't even know if C-Money's getting to that. Like, he was blown up on the near side, yeah, but he might not have been able to track that ball down. Bolte placed it so nicely. So, Ole Miss, again, down, but hopefully not out. As several times in game 1, they're able to find a way back from multi-goal deficits. But 4.5 minutes left. They got plenty of time to do it here.
Luner's going to try and get it out. Only as far as Bolte, and then a second clearing attempt. Then back in by Brock. Cam, the sidewall read. Closed off there by Stealth. Now Brock towards the net. Luner, another save. It's still there. Stealth tries to get it out. C-Money pursues. Gets a touch around Bolte. And you called it, Bepic. We're tied.
It's in transition again. Ole Miss doing what they have to. Cam got aggressive in offense, tried to do something crazy mechanical. It didn't pan out, and Ole Miss find themselves in a 2v1, and they execute exactly what they needed to. The slow, softball shot, exactly what was necessary right there, and we're tied up again.
Luner off the kickoff. Shut down by Bolte in midfield. C-Money will have possession. Up the sidewall. Cut down by a speedy Brock who almost gets around Stealth. Cam towards the net. There's C-Money to steer that one aside. One more try in the middle. Luner this time able to intercept the pass. And Stealth back the other way, but only as far as Bolte. This one left up for Brock. He'll try and go underneath Luner. The 50 left down for C-Money. And here comes Stealth again. You were talking about the transition, but this time shut down by Bolte, who's seen that at least once before in the last minute.
He does get through the second man as well, which has spread Ole Miss out, leaving the backboard open for Brock. C-Money, I think, got a piece of that, but the Rebels are still struggling to get back in position defensively. 2 players have nothing in the boost tank, and Davenport have all the agency offensively, but that passing play goes awry for a moment, still develops a shot for Brock, and Cam collecting now, slowing things down, trying to get Davenport set back up, which they will get set in the offensive zone, though Ole Miss have refueled.
Stealth will find the clearance, and here comes Luner with space. He's got a man in the middle, but sealed off by, I believe that was both Brock and Bolte, ensuring nothing gets into the middle. This one does, but it's over the top of Stealth. Cam deleted. Luner up over the top of Bolte to the backboard where Brock is residing, and he'll just slow this one down, leave it behind for Cam, who goes to the left wall with some space. Maybe off the ceiling. That's exactly what he'll do. He finds Brock. Stealth right there, but not enough! And Davenport takes the lead right back.
Oh, that was good positioning in transition. Ole Miss was in position for that, but Brock just bested Stealth by a mile for the position that Stealth was in. Phenomenal speed in offense. And again, it's a transitional goal for Davenport. Long stints of possession are hard to come by right now. And Davenport, even though they did have a longer one about a minute or so ago, they find their second goal and their lead back in transition.
We're only halfway gone through game 2 here. It feels like this one's gone on for a minute. C-Money tries to make it a little bit longer, but Brock right there to seal that one away. Stealth up to the left side for Luner, off the ceiling, but he gets bumped. That'll free possession up for Cam. Maybe a miss input there. Is Stealth able to get the 50 to pop up? C-Money off the ceiling, flip reset, gonna try and do it himself. Cam right there to seal that one away though, and he'll get it out to midfield, only as far as Luner and Stealth though, as Luner off the sidewall. Bolte tries to clear. Stealth off the sidewall. Back into the middle for Luner, and it's off the... And Brock brings it back the other way, but only as far as C-Money, and now it's the pressure for Ole Miss that's starting to add up.
Close shave. Ole Miss almost finding another equalizer, and they will try again. Davenport, they've refueled this time around. Have plenty of boost to challenge here. and their 50s are on point, enough to just get a toe on the ball and make sure Ole Miss can't have access to an easy shot opportunity. C-Money committing dangerously as the third man there. Stealth had to at the midfield line as he was put in a third man spot. And Ole Miss, they will slow down the counterattack for Davenport, but for how long? Cam with an opportunity is denied by Lunar emphatically.
I mean, I'd even say at this point, unless Brock right here, good attempt off the crossbar. I was gonna say for just a moment that it feels like this has started to favor Ole Miss, but that one look from Davenport can change things as Lunar from his own backboard up to C-Money towards the net. Cam will leave it for Brock. Off the corner, will try and slow it down and get it up over the top of Stealth. Try to get the 50 on Lunar, doesn't work out. Lunar the follow through on Cam, a little awkward, but Cam handles it well. Stealth, one soft touch, has to try and get around two. Flip reset, gets around Bolte, tried to get the bump on Brock, and the rebound. Brock falls right on C-Money's shot. And we stay 2-1 here with just under 40 seconds to go.
Davenport is defending with their lives. Their goal line challenges right now are perfect, and they have kept their 1-goal lead intact despite an onslaught of offense from Ole Miss. Brock low on boost, still pops the ball around though. Lunar takes it from him. Cam, though, was prepared for that. He gets the ball out to Brock, and he'll just kind of play it softly off the side wall. Didn't have the boost to follow up, so Ole Miss is looking like he's going to have one last gasp at tying us up late in game 2, but do have to start again from the defensive half, as that's a mistouch from C-Money. Still, it works out. Stealth finds Lunar on the opposite side of the pitch, and C-Money keeps the ball alive on 0-0s, though they are denied entry into the offensive zone. Davenport take the ball to dirt, and they claim a 2-0 series lead.
And really the difference is, you know, the transition there for Davenport. They get the one good look. It felt like game 1 all over again, but instead of extended possession and fast plays into the midfield, it was 100% that transition game that changed the way this game went. Ole Miss had so many good looks. Davenport just steers them away. The goal from C-Money, really the only time Davenport didn't seem to have the perfect read on an attempt there from Ole Miss.
Yeah, that was basically a carbon copy of game 1, just a lot better defense. Because the offenses were still on point. They were creating opportunities for themselves. The passes were good. The demo plays were good, just not good enough to get past that last man and any car left on the defensive goal line for either side. And Davenport just, again, squeaking out a victory here over Ole Miss. But hey, a 2-0 series lead doesn't lie.
No, and I would even argue the way these games have been, this 2-0 series lead is not necessarily safe at this exact moment. Davenport, it's been close. I mean, they've gotten the first goal, I think, in the first 2 games. Ole Miss has responded to tie the game up twice, and it's just one small play in Ole Miss's end that has made the difference so far. The series is not over as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, in these 50-50 type games, you can look at it from a positive lens for Ole Miss. It's like, all right, all we have to do is win 2 close games and we force game 5 where anything can happen. Or the negative lens, we have to win 2 close games against a really good Davenport side to get back in this thing. And for Davenport, I'm sure they are elated to have a 2-0 series lead, but a bit deflated to see that play from C-Money go in.
That's exactly what Ole Miss needed. It's just a misread, it looks like, from Brock.
Yeah.
C-Money, doesn't matter when the net's open how hard you hit it. He finds the net, 10 seconds in. Ole Miss, I think, with their first lead of the series.
Yeah, I think so, because every time they've gotten level with Davenport have just kept them at a tie game state or found another goal to take a lead. So that is their first lead here early on in game 3. And first blood as well, obviously, which could bode well for their chances to take in this one. We all know the stats about taking the first goal in a game, how that improves your odds of winning the game that you do score first in. Though Davenport is knocking on the doorstep of Ole Miss right now, hunting for that equalizer.
Bolte into the middle for Brock, cut off there by Stealth. Cam to the backboard. Does he have the double? Yes, he does! And there's the equalizer with 4:12 to go in game 3.
Got bumped here. I think Lunar gets bumped out towards the corner, and then C-Money, I think, gets bumped out towards the the midfield. That was just a duo of bumpers clearing a path for Cam to polish off that play. That's a simple double tap for him to hit. Wonderfully done by Davenport. And again, it's physical Rocket League that get these teams their goals.
And we'll see how Ole Miss able to respond. This is a position not foreign to them in this series either. Cam will try and work this one out. He gets around Stealth. Lunar is going to be first back, but he has to deal with Cam, who actually slows it down in the corner.
Oh.
Gets a 50 in front, and the small details pay off as Brock has an open net.
That is a clinic in how to play the corner ball with no boost. Cam knows Lunar's waiting for him, trying to back into that ball, keep it in the corner, so he backs off, fields Lunar's touch, and then just bodies C-Money with the near side 50-50 and sets up his teammate for the finish. Oh, that was just a beautiful display of the micro Rocket League game.
We'll see how, again, Ole Miss, now they need a response. They are out of lives here in this series. Bolte into the middle for Cam. There's one touch. He's probably got two. Yes, he does, but cut off there by Lunar. C-Money only can get a 50 off of Cam, who still has boost off the ceiling. Gets the 50 on Stealth as well. Cam not leaving this ball behind. No space here for Ole Miss. Brock trying to do the same thing, but finally, C-Money able to get it out. He's got Stealth in the midfield. Drops it to him.
Wow.
Having off the post!
That's painful. That was another play I thought Davenport had red. They didn't quite, but the shot is just off. Davenport dodged a bullet there, and again, Lunar trying off the sidewall and is attacked a lot earlier this time around. And so Brock off the sidewall himself will keep the ball in play for Davenport's offense, though C-Money's up ahead trying to clear space, and the second man just steps up for Davenport, keeps that offense going. Ole Miss is having a tough time breaking out at the moment. What?
I'm just like that. You were talking about the micro game earlier with Cam's 50s, and Bolte here on Stealth. Nowhere for Stealth to go, and it's 3-1 Davenport, not even halfway through game 3.
Davenport, after dropping the first goal of this game, has just stepped up completely. Outside of that Stealth shot that just went off the post, there really hasn't been much for Ole Miss to be prideful about in this game, as they have been bested several times now by creative Davenport offense. And again, Brock finds a clear. Cam follows up, unsuccessfully actually, so Bolte's efforts required on the back line for Davenport are somewhat successful actually. It's more offense for Davenport here, and Cam is just scoring on an open net, 4-1.
Yeah, and Davenport's completely changed the blueprint for success here too. The first two games was just quick follows, really good speed. They're right there. Their second man is there before the second man for Ole Miss is. And this game has been nothing but close plays and close 50s and solo plays, beating out the last players for Ole Miss. And Ole Miss just, I don't know if at this point they even know how to respond to this, nonetheless, if they're going to in time.
Yeah, they have the capabilities to do so. Their offense is creative and skilled enough to find 3 different gaps in the Davenport defense. It's just a matter of, I feel like them keeping their heads on their shoulders here. This is a tough situation to stare down, being down a trio of goals in a game that, obviously, if you drop, you are done. You get swept by a team that you would like to be beating. You probably feel like you could have beaten in this best of 5 with how close games 1 and 2 were. But, hey, game 3, the scoreboard does not lie. 90 seconds left. Ole Miss had to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about even with this game being seemingly so solo-oriented on the Davenport side, they have 3 assists on those 4 goals. It's not just one guy, as C-Money has a look here, and Bolte able to steer that one away. But Davenport, it has truly been a team effort here in this whole series, really. Just, it can manifest itself in more than one way, and it's been the recipe for success.
Oh yeah, I mean, Davenport's passes have been on point. I don't think I ever said it was a solo-heavy game for Davenport, because their passes have been a massive part of their strategy in this series. Just passes out of defense, passes to set up opportunities, like a couple of touches down the road. It's been a well-executed game plan out of Davenport, and you can see why their lone loss, out of now 6 series more than likely, is a Game 5 loss to West Virginia. They are a complete team and a contender, I think, to win the East.
Absolutely. One more look here for Lunar as this series quickly approaching its end. C-Money off the ceilings, got Stealth. Stealth pre-jumps it, but it's up over the top of him. Bolte will just carry this one out. Brock gets a demo on Lunar all the way upfield. Stealth tries to pop it over Cam. That's not a problem for him, but the rebound is! And C-Money gets Ole Miss back within 2 with 17 seconds to go.
Well, here's a little internet test to see what type of person you are. Do you believe Ole Miss can score 2 goals in 17 seconds? I would love to see if they're able to, as Lunar's talking smack and Cam's talking smack in chat. That's an interesting way to end Game 3.
Well, Davenport will rise, I believe, now to 5-1. Ole Miss will fall to 3-4. They'll get one more with 1 second on the clock, but with the amount of messages going through the chat right now, I think everybody knows, unless something crazy happens here, that this is done.
Okay, but 1 goal in 1 second, that's possible. Ole Miss didn't keep the ball up on 0 seconds for a decent while in Game 2 of this series, so all right, you get an extra like half a life here, and it starts on your defensive end with C-Money getting demoed, but Stealth has popped the ball up. Ruck has full control of this, though, and Lunar off the back wall gives up an opportunity to get the ball away. Both these spikes and Davenport wins, so we do not end up getting a comeback here. But Davenport, a 3-0 in a full series of 1-goal games.
Yeah, and that last game really didn't even feel like a 1-goal game until all of a sudden the last like 30 seconds, Ole Miss found a rebound, found a quick goal in transition, I believe it was, but no, for the most part, it was a very, very clean series from Davenport. They showed up, they did exactly what they needed to do, and they got the result that they earned at the end of the day.
Although, despite it not actually being a 1-goal game in Game 3, interesting statistical fact for my number nerds, every single game was 9-8 in terms of total shots on target for both teams. And in every single game, Ole Miss had 8 shots, Davenport had 9 shots, which I don't know what that means in the grand scheme of things, but it is a fun little pattern that we had in that sweep.
Hey, 1-goal difference at the end of the day, no matter which way you cut it, and a 1-shot difference, that 1 shot obviously proving to be the one that puts Davenport over, but no, just clinical. It started well for Davenport. It felt like off the kickoff there in Game 1. Ole Miss, it felt like they were playing behind up until Game 3 where they actually had a lead, and then Davenport just simply said no. It felt like at that point, got 4 quick ones, and at that point, it felt like Games 1 and 2 kind of on repeat.
Yeah. Once that 3-goal lead was found by Davenport, it really did seem a bit over for Ole Miss. They weren't able to find a way back. But they get a chance to redeem themselves in about, actually, 30 minutes exactly. They'll be taking on the KSU Owls on this very stream in 30 minutes time. So hopefully they get a chance, walk around, maybe hit free play a little bit more. I don't know what their plans are in between the series. But, Bub, I appreciate you joining me. I wish we could have had a longer best of 5 here. But Great Lakes, they win the unofficial tiebreaker of our little regional rivalry night.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to be here, and Ole Miss, I want to see you get that series back here against KSU.
All right, we're going to take a break. It's going to be a longer one, so I'll probably play a 10-minute video or so of a previous Monday Night Lights show match night in between now and when Ole Miss takes on Kennesaw State in just about 30 minutes' time. But thanks for tuning in for that first series, and I will see you in just a little bit.
lot of time, and the Crimson Tide, again, as you mentioned, their offense really struggling here in game number 6, and we'll see if that kind of stays to be the truth, as Arkansas, great job of the defensive end. Their midfield presence has been absolutely incredible. Again, haven't seen a lot of it. Chan gonna have a monster flick to get at least one on the board for Alabama, just making it not be a shutout.
Oh, I saw that developing, and I was like, what's Chan got for us right here? That was a beamer of a flick. Oh, my word. And it doesn't matter either. Like, I love that was such a beautiful play and such a great capitalization of space, and it means nothing, as Bama was down by 3 goals. But that's still a clip and a half that Bama can maybe take into Game 7 now. That was just their 5th shot on target this game, as their offense really was shut down by Arkansas, who put up 10 that game.
Yeah, great look again for the Razorbacks. And now I'm just curious to see if they can keep up that pressure here,
Yep.
Bepic. Again, we saw 5 games, and we had not seen Arkansas look that good for any of them. They were able to keep it close. They were able to really rely on their defense, find those quick opening opportunities, but we have yet to really see their offense dominate until that game. So now, moving on into Game 7, final game of the series, they need to keep that pressure up, and they need to force Alabama to buckle if they want to find this victory.
All right, can they do it again? Buckle that Alabama defense. I love that term. It's what it felt like they did, just by throwing off the reads that Bama was making so well previously in this series. And at the moment, Alabama starting off in the offensive zone. Solution has to back off as that third man again. This is out on the dunk. Does Loco Train. See now Luke's follow does well to set up Arkansas now for a little bit of offensive play, if they can ever get out of that corner.
Solution escapes for a moment. Luke, a little bit of a tough spot here. Chan just gonna power his way through up into the ceiling. Now Iconic needs a touch, will find an escape. Solution wasting no time. Gray tried to recover and respond off the back wall, just couldn't quite get back to it. Crimson Tide already having some opening opportunities, but Razorbacks hanging on. This looking very similar to what we've seen, but Iconic flexes here in game number 7, breaks the ice, a sidewall redirect. What can you do?
Not much. And Gray realized that quickly after that ball came off the front bumper of Iconic's Fennec. What a shot to open up the scoring in Game 7. That is absolutely insane. And if Iconic's got that up his sleeve, Arkansas is absolutely a threatening team in the SEL playoffs. But right now, they got to close this one out. And Alabama, I'm sure, not going to be too happy about the way things have gone the last couple of games. They are going to be fighting fervently for a response here.
Yeah, what a shot, especially in crunch time as well. Game 7, need to ice up, and what a way to do it. Loco Train, big stop there. Chan aiming for that bottom right corner. Loco Train is able to get enough of it. Gray fires. Luke on the save. Chan already up to it. Tough read off the back wall. He's back up for it. Solution was there as well. All of Arkansas there to cover the following shot. Loco Train leaves it for Luke Gray. Finding the 50. Iconic left alone in the backfield. Chance shot just off the mark. Alabama, again, their offense been struggling to kind of find that final touch, very similar to what we saw in Game 1. As I say that, I curse Arkansas. I'm sorry, guys. And that will be the first for Alabama to tie things up.
You cursed them. You sentenced them to being cut alive by Solution. That was nasty. Slowed it down for half a second in the corner, had a monster flick off the back wall, tried to finish it himself or just bump the player looking to block Gray's eventual goal. That was beautiful by the substitute, and that's why Solution is still the lethal player that he once was.
All right, I interrupt your regularly scheduled pre-recorded programming to bring you a watch party, because I just saw this on Twitter, where Northwood is playing 6 straight series tonight, and Kennesaw State is the first series up on deck. So KSU playing Ole Miss next. I feel like this is a good time to watch party, because as much as I love canned Monday Night Lights footage, I think this would be a little bit more interesting
for the current audience that we've got. Yeah, shoo, it's on hockey's Twitter. They're playing. Let's see if I can just pull it up. Playing against Kennesaw State first, and then they're playing Davenport, and then Ball State, and then Southern Miss, and then Durham, and then Stockton, which is an insane lineup. But if it's any other team than Northwood, I feel like it's a bit insane. But if there's any team that can do it, it's definitely Northwood. These guys have enough RLCS experience to be fine playing 6 series in a row. I know back when I used to be on a team stream for hockey, his teams would love going to round 5 on this in the Swiss stage for us. So not an unsurprising thing. I know we got a couple RLCS people playing in the CRL scene nowadays, but 2-0 win, fair enough. KSU's been struggling a bit as well. Yeah, shoot, it's crazy. Like, especially in the East, so many teams are behind. I don't know if that's like them procrastinating or if the last couple of weeks just weren't good for teams. Maybe they were out of town for like the 4th of July or something and just stayed out of town. I don't know. But I'm glad they're catching up. A lot of good content. Now I will admit, even though I was asked by Ole Miss to do the next series, I am very partial to Kennesaw State. I would love to see them win this. Flitz is an awesome guy. Got to meet him at MomoCon back in May. And I grew up in Kennesaw, so my hometown team, which is really random that they're really good at Rocket League. Oh, it's not really that random. They're like one of the biggest schools in the Southeast now, which is actually crazy. Because when I was growing up there, they were like a community college. But that's how things change. I mean, we got a competitive Rocket League now, so things really have changed. But Kennesaw State's not been doing very well. I think they've only got 1 win. As far as Wikipedia is concerned. Sure, you might be able to correct me on that. I know Wikipedia isn't always up to date just because of how many series there are. But it says KSU's 1-3. And I will end up checking that as soon as this series is done. I'm writing it down in my notebook, but okay, cool. There's just a lot of replay file groups to keep up with in the College Carball Discord channel. Let's see, who they lost to. Lost to Bruton Parker in Game 5. Fair enough. BPC can do that to teams. They lost to Ball State. They got swept by them. And where is the third? And lost to Akron Gold in Game 5. So a pair of Game 5 losses. Both the teams that were outside of the playoff race, at least before Ole Miss just lost. Yeah, so far though. So far. It's the thing about those long round robins. I believe in my boys to come back. The team that I'm shocked that could potentially be bottom 4 is Illinois State. Like, I've seen several of their series now, and they have just been shut down. For as much talent as I would figure a team like with No Mansion and CG at the helm would have, they have just not gotten going. It's teams that I would figure they would be able to get going against. Yeah, according to the Wikipedia page, USM hasn't played one yet. They must be catching up today. I wonder if they're doing a similar 6-game marathon. They did play their first? Okay. Thanks for the follow, bub. Ball State beat them in 5. Alright. So everyone has played a series in the East. Ooh. Oh, good cut. Oh, wow. Flitz just turned a 3v1 Northwood advantage into a goal for KSU. That was nice. The dude's inevitable sometimes. Awesome personality, too. The whole KSU team has a great personality. Like, the reason I met him at MomoCon was I was casting a Rocket League collegiate tournament for Georgia and Alabama schools. And KSU won it, obviously. Bruton Parker wasn't there, so KSU was the best team by far. And at the end, while we were doing an interview after they had won their trophy, like, me and Vod were just... We had our microphones. It was 2 handheld mics to interview with. And we didn't even ask a single question. Like, KSU was just talking. And, like, we would maybe prompt them a little bit, like, by making comments. But it was the first interview. This is what I actually said when I was talking to the KSU guys. I was like, you guys are awesome. This is the first post-match interview I've ever done where I haven't actually asked a question. And Vod hadn't either. Like, we just kind of sat back and held the mics out. Like, these 3 guys they're awesome. The KSU program is just filled with fun people. I've gotten to know a lot of them in recent times. And they're picking up Dylan from Buds at GSU now as well. He's going to be on their B team. I'm trying my best to get them on Monday Night Lights this next Monday. So if you're a fan of, like, going deep into some Southeastern Rocket League rosters, I think I'm going to have UTK's B team and KSU's B team playing on Monday. But that's really for you, your collegiate Rocket League nerds. Oh, good bump. What a save. Oh, okay. I thought maybe. Ooh. Give me a second. I'm gonna turn the music up. I gotta reply to some messages real fast. Might be adding to the summer series slate we got going today. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on. I have to clear it with my girlfriend first. So I'll turn the music back down while I'm waiting for a response. Man. It's got to be so difficult to play Northwood. Just because of how hard it is to get to their defense. They're so fast. It's absurd. It's crazy the speed difference in defense you get. Just like from the... I guess they're not bubble anymore. I still kind of view like Hockey Creams and Zanil as bubble players just from back in the day. But I guess they're top tier RLCS pros now. And like the difference between them and these 3 guys that are like solid B plus players, and I mean Flitz is Flitz, we know that. The speed difference is just absurd. So I guess the benefit of rooting against Kennesaw State here, oh no, is that we'll be able to get into the Ole Miss versus KSU series a bit sooner. Oh, Monkey Man's here.
Oh, hey.
Hey, I think... Okay, Discord is unmuted. You're on stream. Welcome in.
Yay. What's going on, man?
Not much. I'm waiting for the inevitable Northwood sweeping of Kennesaw State so we can get into the next series.
Oh, bro, who don't they sweep? Actually, how they been doing? Yeah, they're 4-0.
Yeah. There are only like a handful of teams that could actually beat Northwood.
When do they play Akron Blue? That's what I want to know.
That'll be on the mainstream.
Yeah, that'll be a banger.
Yeah, Northwood, I don't know if you've been listening to the stream, but they're on a 6-match play streak tonight. They're on their first one of the 6, but they're playing 6 best-of-5s in a row.
Whew. I mean, you know what? If you got a busy summertime schedule, just crush it, right? Just get it all out.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically like playing an elongated RLCS Swiss stage day.
Yeah. But you know what? We're always training for RLCS, even when it's not actually happening. When did Davenport pick up Cam? Did he switch this last semester?
Yeah, he and Brock both transferred.
Okay. But, well, wait, where'd Brock come from? Because he wasn't with Cougars, right?
I don't remember where Brock came from. I just know he played on the University of Alabama's team several years ago. I don't remember where he was playing. Someone in chat knows. Ottawa. Thank you.
Ottawa. That's right.
There's becoming just as much shuffling in the collegiate space as there is in the RLCS space now. So it's so difficult to keep up with.
RLCS and like all these collegiate Rocket League conferences as messed up as real like NCAA football conferences.
Yup.
Speaking of, I need to pick up NCAA football. Oh my god, I need that game.
Oh, I see all kinds of clips on Twitter about it.
Did you see the one of the the Colorado player that was floating to the sky?
Yeah, I did see that.
That was good.
All right, well, this series is over, so I'm going to go to a quick break, but Wade, me, Joe Bro, and Shu do not beat Northwood. I can assure you that. I appreciate the confidence, but all right, I'm going to a break to set everything up, and we will have Kennesaw State versus Ole Miss coming up in just a bit, and the players here know it's over. Oh my god. And Curry, oh, I thought he was going to score. That'd be hilarious. Fair enough. I respect that more than forfeiting. So, all right, break time. I'll be back in probably like 5-10 minutes. So don't go too far. Ole Miss and KSU coming up in a bit. Welcome back to the Mr. Bepic stream, where we took a short break as we were getting everything set up. But as you can see, the Northwood and Kennesaw State match wrapped up pretty quickly. And so Kennesaw State is moving in to play Ole Miss now, and I've brought in Mr. Monkey Man for this next best of 5. Monkey Man, how you doing, my friend?
You know what? It's been over 30 days since I've last got to talk about carball or any other kind of esport, and it's great to be able to see college kids still going at it during the summer. And of course, Northwood, they look really good. Kennesaw looks like they've got some growing pains that are happening, but the summer series is kind of the best place, Bepic, for everyone to be able to find their footing. So the summer looks like it's been pretty hot so far, and I'm glad that everyone's, even if it takes marathons, getting their series in today.
Yeah, Northwood playing 6 in a row. Kennesaw State was the first stop, and I'll forgive the Owls for not being able to beat Northwood. That's a pretty solid loss, even if it is a sweep. Either way, I can't believe you haven't casted in 30 days. Have you not been going through withdrawals?
I have. That's also why I posted myself as Rita Repulsa, because it feels like 10,000 years since I've touched the mic. But you know what? Sometimes you let yourself rest and actually have a vacation. And whether that be, involuntary or otherwise, I am actually just so glad to be back. So that's pretty cool. But you guys were talking about like surprising who's like top 4, bottom 4. Which one is the most surprising for you as to who is kind of shuffled in the midst of the pack? Obviously, everyone's either kind of in the summer mindset, not really taking it too seriously, but you don't expect some of these outcomes really happening. And the same thing for Kennesaw. They're kind of in that midst, flitz, still trying to have those broad shoulders and carry what they can. But I mean, they're kind of in a tough spot, but they've also had some tough finishes with a couple of big game 5s.
Yeah, I mean, 1-4 is a rough start. Losing in 2 different game 5s absolutely hurts. But I mean, at the beginning stages of round robin, the table has a decent indication of where things will more than likely end up, but there's so many series to change your fortunes with. If you have one good day that you have to be playing 3-4 series on, then bang, you could probably jump up 10 spots in the standings. I think the playoff lineup is close to being set. I think 1 through 5 are pretty confirmed, but that 6th spot is wide open. I genuinely don't know who's going to take it. Right now, Akron Gold and Ole Miss are both tied for that 6th spot at 3 and 4. So this is actually a pretty big series for Ole Miss to stay ahead of Akron Gold, who's probably playing series tonight. I don't know for sure, but it's a fierce race for that number 6 spot.
Yeah, and Ole Miss, they know how to kind of cling to it as well. I mean, CNC Money, and then Stealth and Lunar, who have been together forever. They obviously team not just for here, but also for a bunch of different squads around the bubble scene. So this is going to be one of those kind of gatekeeper squads to get to that upper echelon. And then Kennesaw, I think, is outside looking in. The Owls, even though that bird can full on spin its head about nearly 180 degrees, is going to have their sights set straight through the windshield here to go against Ole Miss. We didn't change names. Oh no, it says Davenport. Whatever, that's fine.
And we are close to getting into this thing. We've had another lobby misfire, so everybody that's in the lobby will back out, and we'll try again. This often happens. I don't know if it's a technique, but Ole Miss is the worst team at creating lobbies with the proper information for both teams and all of that. But
collegiate.
Yeah, I guess just collegiate in general is not good at getting all the information correct. Which, fair enough, they play a lot of series. But we should be starting this one soon, and this is close to a must-win for KSU, because if they are going to make playoffs, Ole Miss is a team that they need to be beating.
Yeah, this is going to be a big measuring stick for them as well, because I mentioned a little bit back as to they had some tough losses. They went 0-3 against Ball State, and Ball State, I mean, pretty good. They went game 5 into BPC, and Bruton Parker have had kind of their ups and downs, but I feel like that's one of those that they should have been able to overcome, but a tough game 5 loss really kind of depicts that. So I want to see if they can get over that hump. And this is not just a hump, it's a hill. And they really got to go uphill running as fast as they can.
And if you, I mean, starting off in a hole like KSU has, you have to be able to get over these hills of Ole Miss. And Ole Miss, they had a rough series earlier today against Davenport. They got swept, had a couple close losses that really could have gone their way. And Ole Miss is a team that doesn't always have the best mental, and that loss I don't think will affect them, but if it does, they're giving Kennesaw State an advantage that I'm sure the Owls would love to have. And they're coming off a loss as well, but I have a feeling that was a bit of a more lighthearted loss. And we saw the end of it when it was 4-1 in Game 3, and they were just all crowding around the ball. Like, I don't imagine Kennesaw State's too beat up about losing to Northwood.
Yeah, I feel like everyone kind of sees Northwood and they kind of rib them a bit, like, hey, you're still pretty good. Hey, and like it's just everyone just kind of jabbing at them because they know they have that pedigree. And when you're the best in the room, everyone kind of gives you a nod. And then if they can mess around with you and feel like they're still up there, they're going to do the same thing. So, yeah, I feel like that one's an easier take than maybe the one that's coming up here in a second, because I've seen Lunar kind of get into his own head. Stealth, I think, is one of the better ones about kind of recomposing that team and making sure that they're in that even keel. So I don't believe they're going to be too much mentally on the obstacles, but yeah, we'll get to see. Game 1 on its way.
Game 1 is finally on its way. We're gonna tab on in Ole Miss in blue, Kennesaw State in orange. And I'm just curious to see how Ole Miss starts, really. I mean, for them, I think beginning off on the right foot in this best of 5 is important. And Kennesaw State, it looked a little bit sluggish against Northwood, which is very easy to do. It's very easy to look like the slower team against that Northwood squad. So coming in here, if they're backed up by a pretty decent Ole Miss offense, that doesn't bode well for them. And already Ole Miss getting very close to scoring.
Nice save by TNT. You got to see everyone else run through between the posts. And just like you're talking about, they're starting a bit slow. A lot of possession already surrendered over to Ole Miss. And a lot of it started up by Lunar, who wants to be able to key up C-Money as they're going to be able to cash it in. That's going to be our first one here in the first minute.
That was clean. I mean, Lunar knew exactly what he had to do with that ball. Got over the man challenging him actually very low, a bit awkward. And Flitz was left dead to rights by C-Money, jumping in and slamming that ball top shelf. Ole Miss, start off on the right foot. There you go. There's the answer to the... I don't believe I proposed it as a question, but it was essentially a question.
You know, it's always a ponderance, if you will. Yeah. But, you know, as they kind of evaluate and elaborate here on the pitch in earnest, Flitz uses everything left in that canister to try and get this one to go from right to left as they look to take over in the boost department. Nice big midfield congestion as they have to run it back. And TNT, they're going to hope they can get this ball back to them. It's a big back pass, and even though they connect, they've really been working more lateral than being able to kind of threaten anything to the net as of yet.
Yeah, and that's all right. Slow it down. Don't let Ole Miss get possession like we saw them start this game off with, though. The Rebels have claimed their spot in the KSU and Stealth, taking a shot that Lunar nearly cleared a path for, but he left a big ol' Flitz-sized rock in the way, and that play crashed out.
Yeah, they're looking for that pause step to try and fake out some of these hits, but it's just nice standard approaches right now here by Kennesaw State to try and make this one up in the midfield. Flitz uses everything and then some. Looking for the shot. Massive save by Lunar. Great follow-up in what could have been a scoring drive.
That was a nice backboard block, and now Lunar's got a lot to do here. Plenty of boost to do it, but is taken out for all his efforts in defense. Though C-Money extends a clear, finds Stealth, who's trying to get a shot on, but the play is delayed for Lunar to re-enter the fray. Though TNT on the goal line, stopping that opportunity, and Flitz the rebound. Kennesaw State getting out of there unscathed.
Kennesaw State, another setup. It's awkward. They're going to crash the gate, but it ends up being just a kill onto C-Money. Curry comes up with a double, and TNT, now can they set it up again? They have them all lacking boost, and yet they're keeping their car until they can see the whites of the eyes through the windshield of all the Kennesaw State Owls, and even under fire, they survive.
Lunar's a bit awkward, though, but C-Money helps his teammate out perfectly, and now Stealth getting A bit weird there in the offensive box, taking the ball away from Flitz, but giving it up to, I think it was TNT that took it away. Either way, Ole Miss, they find a way back into offense. That we are still very much fighting for possessions, quick hits at the moment. Kennesaw State had a long bout of a stay in the offensive zone that didn't end up with an equalizer, but they're getting right back to that kind of formation here with a nice pass to Curry. Over to Flitz, but no goal yet.
Flitz looked like he had burned so much boost, kind of waiting out the defense and how they'd be able to kind of turn it away, and then they had nothing left to challenge with. Unfortunate, because they had a great shot opportunity. Stealth is going to bring this to the side wall, and Flitz is looking just for possession. Always looking a little bit backwards is Kennesaw State. They're trying to play it to that second man. The first man is just eyeing for initial field position, and the second man trying to be lethal, but Lunar just takes a shot. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, speaking of lethality, C-Money set him up. Stealth got the man, not the ball, and that was enough to clear a way for Lunar to find the back of the net. Flitz was just diving, hoping that the ball touched a little bit of his car, which it did not, and Ole Miss still pitching a shutout themselves, finding a 2-goal lead with 75 left on the clock. This is a very good spot for them here in Game 1.
Yeah, Ole Miss is simplifying the entire solution, and Stealth, I mean, that's just a nice touch on target. It's going to go off crossbar, and Curry comes up with just enough. A lot of boosts and a lot of confidence to bring this on back, and so it will be the Rebels that reset. Lunar already sees Stealth on the pre-jump, but he gets stolen out by Flitz. Filling the gap behind him is C-Money. Oh, and they slow it down. A great read by TNT to keep that one from floating through.
This is still a manageable spot for KSU. They've had the possession numbers in this game. They've had shot opportunities, but none of them have been able to get through Ole Miss. They're 6 shots. They haven't all been saved, only 2 on the board for the Rebels, but KSU have opportunities to get back in this thing. They just have to find a pair of them. In the final 20 seconds, this could be it. Curry hopping up for this ball, redirecting a heater on target. That sets up Flitz for a rebound. And okay, just like that, Game 1 becoming much more interesting.
Curry with confidence, just boosting as high and fast as they can to drop that, and it was so well read. But Flitz there as the put-away man to make sure that even if the next speeding defender comes through, they can get a clean shot. Finally, Kennesaw State is able to find Bank. Flitz looking for some kind of doink, maybe another setup. Curry is very close proximity, and TNT has to back up. They've got just seconds to go. One last try. Flitz on the pre-jump, and it's going to be a pass. What a shot! Curry comes up with a tying 2-2 with 2 seconds left.
Kennesaw just clutched up 2 goals in the final minute, and that was a pretty back off and immediately strike at the heart of Ole Miss. TNT found Flitz off the side wall, and Flitz found Curry in the box, and we get overtime in Game 1.
Heck of a setup to deny this Game 1 win to Ole Miss. The Rebels finding themselves scratching their heads. They got to re-simplify the efforts. Complicated as it may be, the complexity works its way past these land sharks. Stealth wants to take a diving shot between 2. C-Money wants to set him up again, but a big clear, and the Owls will now fly out of the roost.
And TNC getting a couple touches on that ball, and it actually gets through the Ole Miss defense, which has opened a hole for Kennesaw State to work with. Flitz lingering in the corner, unable to steal boost or get that ball to a teammate, so Ole Miss cleared the zone. They get their first real opportunity of overtime, or perhaps not, as Kennesaw State stopped at the midfield line, though Ole Miss still looking good to clear the zone. C-Money goes off the back wall, and Lunar's there for the finisher. Ole Miss had a scare in regulation to force OT, but they end up taking Game 1 in overtime.
Oh, that's unfortunate too. You have Lunar in a great position to take advantage of that as it was leaking around the backboard. They sent 2, both low on boost, and neither able to find the meat behind that ball. So kind of saw Ole Miss give him a nod, said, cool, that was a really awesome play, but we're not going to give you anything else. It was a tight one here, though, here, Bepic. Kennesaw looked like they were kind of asleep, but as everything started to evolve, Ole Miss, they really had to find some power behind those clears because it was getting too confusing for them to continue on just like that.
Yeah, the way Kennesaw State was able to set up their offense in the last 90 seconds or so, playing very well at the midfield line, was key in that 2-goal comeback. I mean, they had 6 shots heading into the final, I believe, 90 seconds, or around that area of the game, and they ended up with 9. Those 2 goals they got off of the 3 shots show you how efficient they can be, and if they can carry what they looked like in overtime and the end of regulation into game 2, they're going to be just fine against Ole Miss, because they gave Ole Miss fans heart attacks there at the end of that game.
Ole Miss breathing a sigh of relief, but that's game 1. Game 1s can either be misnomers and just weird variables, or you can see how they evolve into something of a pattern. Nice extra kick up, and I think the one big factor that we get out of Ole Miss's offense consistently is that there is someone to fill the gap with speed, whereas they want a lot of passes and a lot of scares on the goal line. Kennesaw somehow breaks it out.
It's the pass. Let's just going backwards, looking for TNT on the goal line, and it worked out. They got it clear to the midfield line, pushed back on Ole Miss for a second. Well, they are still looking threatening in offense, so a big clear. We'll push back on the Ole Miss offense. Simone trying to get it started again, and he will. He'll find the opening goal for Ole Miss, in fact. A transition score. Net the lead for OM.
That was Flitz that took over kind of that midfield challenge, and Curry that didn't know exactly how they wanted to press up from the third. They had TNT to the left, Flitz to the right, and they were kind of that back soft point of the triangle, and it's just a nice powerful shot into a gap that was left wide open, and Ole Miss, they take another first-minute lead.
Luner's no weighing in chat. I don't know what that's about. He was off to the side, maybe getting bumped to the midfield line, something of the sort. Either way, the play stayed away from him, and Stealth keeping it right on his dominus. Will continue to control the ball as Ole Miss set up their offense once again. Kennesaw State, they push back but can't find a substantial clear. Stealth goes off the sidewall, finds Luner, who tried to shift that ball on target, but he is denied by KSU.
It's a great setup. All 3 players out of Ole Miss showcasing their stuff, and Flitz caught in traffic. That's a bonk between 2 teammates. Even with no boost, they were able to keep it supplanted upfield for a lot longer than Kennesaw State wanted to happen. Flitz is going to try and slow things down, gets the aerial, but not the bump.
Oh, wow.
Luner just ends up sending it, and it does take a last-second stretch effort by Curry to make sure this doesn't become a 2-goal lead.
Oh, and it still will. Luner just snuck that ball through the remainder of the Kennesaw State defense. I like that passing play from C-Money and Stealth, but TNT had it completely read. He just let the ball get away from it a little bit, and Luner pounced on it. Nice challenge out in front. That'll be Ole Miss taking another 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and that's the second time in this game. Curry's been kind of stuck in that weird third man position. It was a lot closer. Flitz going for a shot. Big save. Looking for another one, and they get it. Second efforts pay off. They cut this lead in half.
And that's why Flitz is Flitz. Like, Kennesaw State may not, at least right now, be the same formidable force they once were in the CRL scene, but man, Flitz can still do insane things on the pitch. Nice steal, and he polishes off the first KSU goal of Game 2 in style.
Sometimes you just need the individual efforts, but Stealth trying to see if he can set up Luner. He's lurking in the midfield, and you see where Ole Miss wants to dominate. It's on the boards. They're making sure that they force Kennesaw to stretch laterally. Stealth right in front of C-Money, trying to be able to key him up, and look how they have everyone paused. Luner's going to try and take over, command it up, go and get the ceiling reset, playing for the 50. And again, Kennesaw sees themselves kind of buried back, but it takes one effort. Curry gets in the way, but Stealth just drives through him.
He drives through him and still gets to that ball in time. It shows the impressive strength of the Dominus, I suppose. And still, Ole Miss playing in the offensive zone. Flitz trying to change that, loses a 50-50 over towards Curry, and he will let that ball alone for TNT to try and clear the zone, but he can't either. Another unsuccessful attempt at getting out of their half as Ole Miss have the Owls locked in a cage right now.
They get out, gotta bust a way through. How many licks does it take to get out of this back half? Well, apparently at least 2 as it connects with a teammate. TNT gets past 1. It's a 2v1. Oh, it doesn't connect. That's unfortunate, and Flitz forces Curry into an awkward spot. You're going to see him retreat a little bit more quickly, considering that he's been taken advantage of twice. That one, double commit between the defenders here of Kennesaw State, and it's only 1 goal difference. It's feeling like a mountain to climb. We got 90 seconds.
Oh, TNT found one good demo. If he finds that second, that very well could have been the equalizer for Kennesaw State, but Lunar evaded him on the goal line. Was able to get Ole Miss back to play in their offensive game, but Flitz running ahead now has interfered enough with stealth to make him awkward. He still had help. See when he joined him on the goal line, and Ole Miss finds what should have been clear, but an awkward moment for them, keep them back in defense.
They're waiting with just enough space. It's a very aggressive stance. You see how they're getting into that midfield, but Flitz now no boost. He's going to run that corner. TNT over to Curry. Great passing play to the backboard with less than a minute. And they're trying to bleed him dry now. Great chance. TNT on the pre-jump. Flitz looking for the bump. TNT over 2, but he can't get between the pipeline. Curry going to use up everything in the tank. Flitz is there to try and assist, but nothing doing. Ole Miss wants to sure up this game too and
No
set
way.
it up, but Flitz is inevitable.
How did he get this angle? Like, I have to watch this again. He's just falling down and softly taps it with his front bumper as soon as it comes off the back wall. That's insane. And it gets Kennesaw State level again. They force Ole Miss to lose a 2-goal lead.
They've lost the only overtime we've had so far, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to go there again. But right now, Flitz is keeping this team's heartbeat thudding along. Looking for the pass. Flitz is able to be patient enough. It's a 2v1 upfield. No boost left to him. Flip reset. Oh, there's no power on that shot. Unfortunate for him.
No accuracy either. It went off to the side, and Kennesaw State, that could have been the Game 2 winner. Instead, overtime looming over the horizon, but we've seen previous late-game heroics in this series, and, well, we won't see any more, at least not in regulation. Overtime again here in Game 2. We'll make it 2 straight.
Will Ole Miss get to match point? Take a couple of OTs for the road just to put the Owls in a worse predicament. C-Money gonna win a couple dribbles, but Flitz, who has been the absolute commander so far here of game number 2, wants to set it up one more time. He's finding TNT, not a lot of boost, and that's gonna play to Ole Miss's favor as they aim to break out.
And Lunar, even though he had nothing in the tank, still finds a way to get that ball out, gets it to C-Money, and Curry's awkward, so Stealth steps in and finishes off game 2 with a win for Ole Miss.
It was slowing to a crawl and winning the one-on-one-on-one. Each of the 3 players of Kennesaw State unready for Ole Miss. As I slap my mic, they slap them down. 2-0. We're going to go to match point. And the Rebels, I mean, Bepic, it feels like they just goad them into these longer games and then just lights out when it comes to OT.
Yeah, I mean, losing 2 consecutive multi-goal leads isn't great for Ole Miss, but to their credit, they're very good at finishing off games in overtime. Like, under a minute of OT played in both Game 1 and Game 2, despite losing leads to get to that point of the game. They find ways to win, and they net themselves a 2-game series lead, a serious buffer in this best of 5. So, good spot for Ole Miss right now. But I said in the last series, when you lose 2 1-goal games to go down 0-2 in a best of 5, if you want to take a positive outlook, that bodes well, because you're thinking to yourself, we could very easily take a couple of games in this series, force game 5, and then who knows what happens from there.
I like the hopium that isn't the copium with that. That's good, because that's exactly the kind of coaching they need. I like the soft pinball that's happening between these players, and it's apparently spread between 2 teams, TNT, and lots of just ground ball antics. Want to be able to get a shot on target. They would love to get an opening goal. That's the thing that we're missing right now from Kennesaw is opening aggression. We got to see it just a second ago, at least in terms of positioning. Got to see if they can turn that into a more fluid offense.
Flitz is the guy who wanted the ball for Kennesaw State. He gets through 1, and it will be denied a pass as TNT jumped for it, but Ole Miss had the play read. And we'll find a way out. C-Money, though, has nothing in the boost tank. Still does well to get to the first challenger of KSU, but not well enough to flip the field in favor of the Rebels. Kennesaw State finding more consistent clears at the end of Game 2 and now the start of Game 3, but Lunar still is setting up teammates, or attempting to fairly well, as that ball goes a little bit wide and there was no follow-up.
Oh! Here's a follow-up. Flitz, who has been able to score the last 3 goals in a row here for Kennesaw State. Immediate flip reset in transition to get the dunk off of the last defender of the Rebels. It took more than a minute, but they get the first goal. That's what they need to set the standard.
Genuinely, Flitz has had like 3 SC top 10 plays in this series alone, and he's down 0-2 in the series. Like, Kennesaw State, they are putting together great moments in offense. They just can't find a way to stop Ole Miss early on in games, at least yet. We're 90 seconds in, Ole Miss have yet to score, and Flitz is still taking over. He's set up Curry off the back wall. Udovin is the third man because TNT went ahead of him. That's a dangerous attempt for Kennesaw State in offense, but they get back unscathed.
It's beautiful whenever the fluidity of it begins to really evolve. Lunar's getting bullied, by the way. I think that was Flitz that was trying to chase him down, and I feel like Flitz is gonna just let himself off the leash a little bit more to try and revitalize the squad, because some speed was lacking and it was shut down styles by Ole Miss that was really making it happen. But look at the boost game that's really been proliferate along this game. They want to get away from Ole Miss being able to supply themselves for longer offenses, and they're doing that, but they do retreat. They're gonna try and make this counterattack just make something of it.
And Flitz will not get through C money, and that is a good sign for Ole Miss fans, as you want to get any kind of body on Flitz as soon as possible, and then your hopes of stopping whatever he's trying to do, at least right now, as he's caught fire, will increase. So Ole Miss denied their more time in the offense by themselves, actually. A bit of an incidental team 50-50. And Kennesaw State might be able to build offense off the back of it. No, Curry let that ball go, and Stealth just leaves it center. They're doing their best to slow down Kennesaw State at the moment.
It feels like neutral ball. If we feel we have a long-standing stalemate between these two, it's going to come up to a mistake or a big play. Flitz was already starting to key up one of his teammates, and maybe the same thing will happen again. That's a wide open gap. You see Curry on the retreat. Flitz is going to try and rotate back post. Curry's going to get challenged, and that's Stealth looking to set up Lunar, but they immediately had someone on him. Look at the passing play, and that does bank in. 2-goal lead.
And Kennesaw State, I appreciate the example of why you aren't just Flitz in offense. Their passing plays have been phenomenal. The second goal in game 1 to force overtime was a late game team passing play. They are just so good about finding gaps in the defense of Ole Miss right now, connecting, realizing their teammates have found those gaps, getting the ball to them. And now Flitz, a chance to make it 3, takes full advantage. Kennesaw State on a tear.
Curry had this initial extension, and C-Money thought that's all they needed. Stealth then was paused at that near side post, and that's a tough one to recover from, especially when there's a shot with pace. And this is the first time in this series here, Bepic, that we have a 3-goal lead. I think this one will probably stand.
Yeah, with the way Kennesaw State is playing right now, I would not be surprised if they close out this one. Although Curry's just side flips. TNT bumps Stealth out of the way there. That was very nice. And it leads to a 4th Kennesaw State goal. I wasn't even watching how that went in.
Look at Flitz and you'll know.
Oh my god.
I've never seen someone so confidently be able to run forwards and be like, nah, this is heading this way. Just off my tire, check it. And woo, 80 seconds, 4-0. Ole Miss, they have the leniency to let some of these sweep through, but this is confidence that is coming back to the good old Owls.
I would love to see Kennesaw State play like this in every single game for all 5 minutes. This is a treat to watch. Their mechanical creativity and ability to use good offense and just their midfield presence to slow down an Ole Miss offense that was giving them trouble in the last couple of games. This is such a well put together affair out of KSU in game 3, and if they can keep it going forward, they could reverse sweep Ole Miss.
I mean, they lost the previous 2 games by just 1 goal. Yeah, it took a 2-goal comeback each time, but they did it. So this is Flitz and everyone else. And like you said, it's a full team, but being able to find themselves in a much better mindset as they head into game number 4. 30 seconds to go. Maybe something to build upon here for Ole Miss, as they've not really had a successful foray into offense themselves here in this 3rd game, but that's a 3-owl sweep busting out of the cage now.
Yeah, if you want some hard evidence to back up your unsuccessful forays comments. Ole Miss have 0 shots on target this game. 0. And that's a team that was putting up 11 and 10 in the first 2 games en route to a 2-0 series lead. And it's looking like in regulation, this game is ending, they will finish with no shots on target.
Wow. That. Now, you know what? Kennesaw State, pat on the back, and opium becomes Relium. I think that's just a new style of beryllium. I'm not sure. Add it to the periodic table. We'll find out either. But either way, Owls of Kennesaw State, they turn this into a series. We go to game number 4, and Bepic, 0 shots, says something. Ole Miss has the leniency, but no longer.
That's surprising, because Ole Miss, I mean, if you show this scoreboard without team names or player names on it to somebody, and you give them the information as to what happened in games 1 and 2, they'd probably think it was Kennesaw State that was held shotless, because they were held to 4 shots and 9 shots the previous 2 games, which that's Rocket League for you. Sometimes things get flipped on their heads, and you can see it right now if you're in the lobby, which we are. Adam Baguette, the Ole Miss coach, has not readied up yet. Everybody else in the lobby has, so I'm pretty sure he's talking to his boys right now to make sure they are ready for Game 4.
Yeah, the biggest difference that we've seen in terms of how these players set up, Kennesaw State uses not just the midfield, but kind of the full field to really set up their offense. And you know that Flitz is at the command and the helm of that to really get both TNT and Curry in that mindset. Whereas Ole Miss seems to want to immediately pressure and pounce, but they're going to really corral you deep into your own defensive half. That's exactly where they create the chaos and confusion on that back line. And this is now going to come to a difference of ideals. Game 4, can the Owls force a 5th?
We'll see. If they've got the same amount of playmaking ability they flexed in Game 3, then absolutely. And Flitz was at the forefront of that. He will be stopped by Stealth on the goal line, though Curry nabs the rebound, plays it mid, and TNT completely disrespected Lunar's ability to save that off the back wall, and it will be punished for it. Kennesaw State just made a pretty big blunder in offense.
Yeah, this is now the earliest goal that we've seen through all these games, and it's exactly like you said. They had someone waiting. That's a premium position to be if you believe that they straight up don't have a backboard defense, but you cannot be that confident that there's going to be a miss, especially at this stage and this skill level.
Now Lunar's upfield for a stretch pass. He's going to trace it down in the corner with no one immediately contesting him, but TNT intercepts that center ball nicely. C-Money steals 100 boost in the corner, and Curry has been exploded by Lunar in his corner. And yet, Kennesaw State still find the ball away and into a potential shooting opportunity, though it won't count as a shot as it never really penetrated the Ole Miss box, and the Rebels will find their way out of defense.
Whew. Massive pinch off the wall there by Flitz. Do they have a second shooter? No. But the Owls do escape, and with pace, Flitz turns into a memory of just dust and echoes, and Lunar is going to make sure that continues to happen. I think he's going to race him down, looking for a third, but Stealth is going to take care of business right in front of the net as they find their second goal.
And this is a nice buffer for Ole Miss. We are back to our regularly scheduled Ole Miss gets a 2-goal lead in the first couple of minutes of games programming. And Kennesaw State, I mean, they shut them out like absolutely completely in Game 3, and then Ole Miss don't blink an eye, and they get right back to their offensive ways in the beginning stages of Game 4. Obviously, we'll see if they can keep this going. In the past, their offense has slowed down. At this point, Kennesaw State's been allowed windows late game to come back, but if Stealth putting shots like that on, things bode well for Ole Miss.
Those are a couple of awkward moments, and TNT had to put on their patient shoes and wait it out. Flitz comes back to life, and I think Lunar is trying to get his team revitalized after what was a full stoppage of any offense or play upfield for them in Game 3. And now upfield, they want to be a tyrant, they want to be a menace, a nuisance, all good adjectives to be described by, especially if the Owls are calling you that. Stealth is going to take this one. Nice bit of pirouette as they want to drop it down center, but Curry just sends it aside.
Now C-Money's got some space. What can he do with it? He pinches it pretty heftily across the net of Kennesaw State, but too fast for anybody to really be there to shoot it unless you're really betting on C-Money's ability through the corner. So Kennesaw State find a way out, but Stealth denies them their first goal. What a save by Ole Miss.
Bicycle save.
Whoa.
Stealth is going to get to the backboard again. A defensive mastermind as they put on a masterclass in front of every one of these Owls as they come swooping in. The midway mark here of game number 4. And Lunar causing chaos and Stealth keeping everything kosher.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the Exterminator. Like, that popped up on the screen. I cannot
Wow.
believe Lunar has that many demos this game. And, I mean, Kennesaw State have been stunted in offense here. We've not nearly seen the same quantity of opportunities, at least until the last 60 seconds or so, as the Owls have started to find a way back here in this game. But nothing has found pay dirt just yet. That one could have if it was on target, but he still had to find a way around a defender.
Stealth is 2 for 3 with 4 saves, and that's because he can trust in what Lunar is doing, and that is just deleting Owls from the pitch. A minute 45 to go. They've got to score another demo. Stealth, maybe with a freebie. It's going to walk its way in. C-Money will get credit for it, and that may be too high of a hill to climb.
It might. 100 seconds left. Kennesaw State could come back in this one, but Ole Miss have made it darn near impossible with just a well-controlled game number 4. After getting punched very hard in the mouth in game 3, the Rebels have stepped up big time in this 4th game. Defensively as well, Stealth has been immaculate, posting 4 saves on 6 Kennesaw State shots. His performance on the goal line is what has given Ole Miss such a buffer.
Been nasty, to say the least, and that's mostly a free net. Stealth going to try and put a third, but Curry is there, even with a lack of boost, trying to hand it off over to Flitz. Gives up his life, maybe for just a moment to keep this series going. In game 3, maybe that was the misnomer. It's been a tight one, but this one's a breakout session. Curry, that's an angle shot. C-Money traps it, trying for one more. It's going to go ceiling and down, but they'd have no one to hand it off to.
And Kennesaw State need it now or never. TNT beats 1. Lost the ball mid, but no one's committing on it, so we'll try again through the corner. He's got boost here, but leaves it for Flitz. Steps in for a rebound, and Lunar got just enough of that ball to keep it away. And again there, pushes it off to the side for being bumped into the challenge. Kennesaw State being stuffed by a very low on resources Ole Miss team.
Ooh, 30 seconds to go, and Flitz just wants to get anything brewing. You're going to score every 10 seconds, and there's just not enough earnest effort nor power to get this one.
Yeah.
And with 20 seconds to go, Bepic, 3 goals. It's starting to become a stark moment that I think Kennesaw can hear the clock ticking way too loud. Ole Miss, it was scary. They get 1. You got to score quick if you want me to believe this next one.
Yeah, I really think they needed to score when 3 Ole Miss players had 0 boost combined across all 3 cars. I think that was your moment to make it close. And while that is a nice goal, well done TNT, this is very much out of reach, maybe for Kennesaw State. All right, never mind. Kennesaw State's got a chance.
The double commit. Bot kickoff, Curry with the follow, and C-Money can't read it. You've got 9 seconds. The average kickoff goal takes 7. Let's see what they can do with those extra 2.
All right, there's no way, right? That's the kickoff strategy. TNT's off the sidewall. KSU's done it before already this series. A decent 50 gives Curry some space. No, off the sidewall, Stealth hops on that ball and might be able to kill this series. C-Money keeping it up off the sidewall here. KSU, though, need to be the team keeping the ball up, and they can't. Ole Miss close it out. It got weird at the end, but Ole Miss just had to keep their 3-2 win streak alive here.
It went very Rocket League at the end there. Congratulations going over to Ole Miss. The Landshark Rebels are able to bring it through. And Kennesaw State, they showcased, I think, their best stuff. Obviously, game number 4 was huge, but they showed in games 1 and 2 when there wasn't that 2-game buffer for Ole Miss that they were keeping it tight and can come back. The problem is that you don't want to have to be the team that comes back. They nearly did it again at the end of game number 4, but it was Ole Miss that was able to just kind of make that gap come to a close and not let the Owls do anything more.
Yeah, nice ability to close out the series for sure, especially after Game 3 got so scary. And another weird numbers fact, every single win for Ole Miss was a 3-2 victory. 2 in overtime, 1 in regulation there. So they liked that scoreline against Kennesaw State. And they go 1-1 on the day, so not a bad showing for the Rebels. And for those that have still stuck around after that series, I have some news. During that series, had a couple teams reach out to me, and instead of doing 2 Summer Series matches tonight, the schedule has ballooned to 5. We now have Shawnee State versus Davenport coming up in 25 minutes. That series will be on this stream. And then UT Dallas, a doubleheader later tonight, starting at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, as they play San Diego State and their in-state rival of UT Arlington. So that's gonna be a fun night. So, Monkey Man, it's a crazy day of CCA Summer Series action, and I think you mentioned that you might want to stay on for Shawnee State versus Davenport. Maybe.
Hey, whatever you need me for. Hey, you if you want to keep this boomer around, I will stick around. So as long as you want me, Bepic, I'm yours.
All right. Well, you heard it here. We're going to take a bit of a longer break, as these best of 5s are a pain to schedule on the hour for. So I have to go do a lot of photoshopping of caster booths and schedules to post on Twitter. So I'm probably going to play the Monday Night Lights Game 7 that I had cooked up earlier. So please stick around for more Summer Series action kicking off in about 20 minutes time. I will see all of you then.
Lot of time in the Crimson Tide. Again, as you mentioned, their offense really struggling here in game number 6, and we'll see if that kind of stays to be the truth, as Arkansas, great job of the defensive end. Their midfield presence has been absolutely incredible. Again, haven't seen a lot of it. Chan gonna have a monster flick to get at least 1 on the board for Alabama, just making it not be a shutout.
Oh, I saw that developing, and I was like, what's Chan got for us right here? That was a beamer of a flick. Oh, my word. And it doesn't matter either. Like, I love that was such a beautiful play and such a great capitalization of space, and it means nothing, as Bama was down by 3 goals. But that's still a clip and a half that Bama can maybe take into Game 7 now. That was just their 5th shot on target this game, as their offense really was shut down by Arkansas, who put up 10 that game.
Yeah, great look again for the Razorbacks. And now I'm just curious to see if they can keep up that pressure here,
Yep.
Bepic. Again, we saw 5 games, and we had not seen Arkansas look that good for any of them. They were able to keep it close. They were able to really rely on their defense, find those quick opening opportunities, but we have yet to really see their offense dominate until that game. So now, moving on into Game 7, final game of the series, they need to keep that pressure up, and they need to force Alabama to buckle if they want to find this victory.
All right, can they do it again? Buckle that Alabama defense. I love that term. It's what it felt like they did, just by throwing off the reads that Bama was making so well previously in this series. And at the moment, Alabama starting off in the offensive zone. Solution has to back off as that 3rd man again. This is out on the dunk. Does Loco Train. See now Luke's follow does well. Set up Arkansas now for a little bit of offensive play, if they can ever get out of that corner.
So Solution escapes for a moment. Luke, a little bit of a tough spot here. Chan just gonna power his way through up into the ceiling now. Iconic needs a touch, will find an escape Solution, wasting no time. Gray tried to recover and respond off the back wall, just couldn't quite get back to it. Crimson Tide already having some opening opportunities, but Razorbacks hanging on. This looking very similar to what we've seen, but Iconic flexes here in game number 7, breaks the ice, a sidewall redirect. What can you do?
Not much. And Gray realized that quickly after that ball came off the front bumper of Iconic's Fennec. What a shot to open up the scoring in game 7. That is absolutely insane. And if Iconic's got that up his sleeve, Arkansas is absolutely a threatening team in the SCL playoffs. But right now, they got to close this one out. And Alabama, I'm sure, not going to be too happy about the way things have gone the last couple of games. They are going to be fighting fervently for a response here.
Yeah, what a shot, especially in crunch time as well. Game 7 need to ice up, and what a way to do it. Loco Train, big stop there. Chan aiming for that bottom right corner. Loco Train is able to get enough of it. Gray fires. Luke on the save. Chan already up to it. Tough read off the back wall. He's back up for it. Solution was there as well. All of Arkansas there to cover the following shot. Loco Train leaves it for Luke. Gray finding the 50. Iconic left alone in the backfield. Chance shot just off the mark. Alabama, again, their offense been struggling to kind of find that final touch. Very similar to what we saw in game 1. As I say that, I curse Arkansas. I'm sorry, guys. And that will be the first for Alabama to tie things up.
You cursed them. You sentenced them to being cut alive by Solution. That was nasty. Slowed it down for half a second in the corner, had a monster flick off the back wall, tried to finish it himself or just bump the player looking to block Gray's eventual goal. That was beautiful by the substitute, and that's why Solution is still the lethal player that he once was. Even though he's a sub, even though he's kind of retired right now, he can still do that to defenses.
Absolutely, showing that he is still worth a lot and still has to be feared in these matchups. Now looking for a double to take the lead, can't quite do it. Ball from Chan, almost a fake as well. Solution fall towards the far side. It's to Gray, but Luke somehow reads it and makes the stop. What a save to keep the Razorbacks in it.
It's all coming together right now. The crazy shots from Iconic, the massive saves by Senile Luke. It's keeping this game in a tied state, but Alabama is still fighting heavily for that go-ahead goal. That spike down gives Solution a shot that's in an open net. Arkansas got spread way too thin by Alabama's attack right there, and they end up conceding the go-ahead goal.
Huge defensive mistake there. Luke and Loco Train both sitting on the crossbar together. Luke spiked that one down in the midfield, and Loco Train just kind of fell off the crossbar, leaving the net wide open for Bama to take full advantage of that. Solution, a wide open look in the midfield. Iconic able to find a save. Gray wants that upper 90, just misses. Iconic 50 back through the midfield, but Alabama, they're starting to find that pressure. They're starting to find that momentum. And if you're a Razorbacks fan, you got to be a little worried with how dangerous the Crimson Tide look right now.
Still, Arkansas has shown they've got clutch in this series. A couple of overtime winners, a couple of late goals. Can they do it here? Not if they're allowing Chan a shot like that. He generated so much power on that ground ball. I gotta see this again. He just hit that ball so hard. It catches Loco Train out and puts Bama back up by 2.
Yeah, a lot of momentum down off that bounce from the ceiling, just able to work it forward with the hood of his Octane, and off the respawn, Loco Train grabbed the boost, kind of just at the wrong angle to try and make the save in time. 80 seconds left on the clock. Arkansas down to Alabama, looking to make it 3. This one just missed. Gray double right back into the corner. Demos coming out as well from Chan. Solution the 50. Luke downfield to Loco Train. Redirect to the back wall. Chan steals it away, and the Crimson Tide, again, they are in control. We need to see Arkansas come up with something, and they need to do it now. This could be it. That it is. Senile Luke finds the opening and threads the needle, and the Razorbacks are back within 1.
Who better then Senile Luke to find something right here, right now, as he's been the defensive god for Arkansas this series. So many saves racked up, and then comes in as the third man in that offensive rotation and scores one to get this back to a 1-goal lead for Alabama, though the Crimson Tide win the kickoff, and they get a shot, but Gray now back here, a strong touch forces 2 up for Arkansas. Loco Train makes Solution awkward. Chan double commits with Solution, who now has nothing in the tank, so he can only get a slight touch on that ball, but Loco Train missing that touch there. It's weird right now for Arkansas, but they've got possession. That's all you can ask for in the final 30 seconds when you need a goal.
They just need to keep pressure on this Alabama side. They cannot give him time and space like this. Chan works his way through. Loco Train, big demo. Luke needs to stay close to 50 through the midfield. A miss from Solution. This is the one opportunity you need, but Loco Train just ends up lobbing it on target. Had so much time, so much space. Ends up giving that one away. Final opportunity. Loco Train, this one might just drop. Iconic there! Arkansas, stay alive and take us to a Game 7 overtime.
No way! That backboard was so open. Arkansas, they didn't have much of a prayer at all on 0 seconds, but Alabama double commit like crazy in the last sequence, and they give Arkansas a blessing. Game 7 overtime in our first best of 7 on Monday Night Lights. How about that? Oh, it's the winner!
This one just gonna roll in!
No! I can't believe Alabama just gave that up. That's the shot that wins it?
Oh my word, you cannot make this up. Arkansas, take the best of 7 iconic, flipped right past that ball, forced the defense to just whip it, rolls all the way in, and Arkansas, what a victory here. Oh my word.
I mean, what? That is the weirdest ending to a series I have ever witnessed on Monday Night Lights. That's crazy. An own goal where the initial touch started in the opposite corner and it just rolled on the ground the whole time. Like Chan was passing that back to Gray and he gets faked out by an Arkansas player moving in from the midfield. I can't believe that's how that series ends. And Arkansas, I mean, Alabama playing with Solution is still a threatening team, and the Razorbacks just showed some serious clutch that series.
I mean, absolutely. That was Alabama's series to lose. They had complete control. They were up 3-1. It looked like it was almost over. And then Arkansas somehow just able to storm their way back into it. 0-second goal in Game 7 to stay alive. And then one of the craziest and most awkward own goal endings I've ever seen. The Razorbacks, what a win for them.
I hope someone clips a whole bunch in that series, especially that Game 7, starting off with the iconic Psycho off the sidewall. That's crazy. We started off at the pinnacle of mechanics and ended at the lowest of lows. But
oh my word,
it was still entertaining all the way through. Dronus man, thank you for joining me on that insane roller coaster of a series. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I mean, you can't ask for better content than that. Again, congrats to Arkansas on the dub. I mean, good luck to both these teams in the SEL playoffs. Definitely 2 contenders. Looking forward to hopefully seeing them play more and more. It was a great series. It was a weird ending, but it was still a great series.
All right, and we got hopefully another great series coming up in a bit. UNC Charlotte versus Cumberland. A test of the Niners to see if they are legit. It can hold up against a top 8 SEL squad. We'll see what happens in the next best of 7 coming up on Monday Night Lights, and that'll be in just a few minutes, so stay tuned. Welcome back to the Mr. Bepic stream, where the CCA Summer Series stream night has just doubled and then some in length. We got 5 best of 5s on the docket tonight. 2 have already been played. The 2 we actually knew coming in, Monkey Man, that we were going to be watching, but we have added Shawnee State versus Davenport as the first one. The caster booth is wrong. I apologize for that. And then UTD and SDSU and UTD and UTA are playing tonight. So Monkey Man, the night just continues. It's been a lot of fun so far, though.
It has been, and honestly, you know what? This is just literally how both esports, as well as especially compounded by another exponential, a bit of numerical value. Yeah. Collegiate esports goes. They're like, hey, we're doing a thing. You know, it'd be cool. Let's have all of it get seen, which is awesome because, you know, we get to be able to see the talent, not just in the middle of the summer, but what it could be, and definitely maybe going into that next semester. And this next one is actually going to be kind of cool because Davenport's been on a freaking tear. They're looking really good.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. If you didn't tune in for the Davenport versus Ole Miss series, where Davenport 3-0'd them, they are now undefeated save for one Game 5 loss that they suffered to West Virginia last night. So Davenport, I mean, they picked up Brock and Cam, and they have not looked back since. This is kind of like the kickoff of the CRL year. Like, we're getting to see a lot of incoming fall semester rosters. This Davenport team having one of them, and they look terrifying, Monkey Man. Shawnee State has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen so much of whenever Cam was over with the Cougars, and now they're over with the Panthers. Apparently, Cam just loves being on mascot teams that are a cat, which is fine because they are prowling through all of these standings. But they also have to get through Shawnee State. That's going to be coming through. And you were telling me, kind of elucidating me with information that this is 2/3 of former Indian River State College.
Yeah.
And coming over with that kind of chemistry, and I believe that Duckworth is actually kind of that add-in to this. It has some consistency already, even if it's into kind of the newer side of the program for Shawnee. And I think a lot of my expectations will be laid upon Slayer for how this team in particular is going to do going into Davenport.
Yeah, Shawnee State is absolutely one of those gatekeeping teams, and Davenport's not on the outside of the gate looking in, obviously. Thank you to Hubba Bubba in Twitch chat for letting me know that while we were casting the last series, Davenport did drop another series to Northwood, so still not on the wrong side of the gate. You lose to Northwood, you're still in a decent spot, I feel like. And so this is a team they should be beating in Shawnee State, who are very good and are a team that will be contesting for that 6th playoff spot in my eyes, but you gotta get through them. And that's the tricky part about these long round robins, is there are going to be teams that are they aren't the cupcake series that if you're a top team in CRL, if you want to look down on everybody, you might think it would be. Shawnee State are going to put up a serious fight here.
Yeah, and I've also just been informed in chat that King Ducky is going to carry everyone. So maybe that'll be a big tell going in for the Bears out of Shawnee State. So, and then later on, we're going to actually see Texas and see if there is, is Texas back? And let me inform you, no, they are not. But maybe they will be able to enforce a run, especially with in-state rivalries that will be going down into that West Side divisional play. Look, I'm a Texas guy born and bred, but as soon as I left that state, everything went dead. So maybe I should be apologizing to all the Texans out there. I'm sorry all the talent went away. But gotta see maybe how those West Side divisional matches will also go down here, Bepic.
Yeah, I think I cursed it when I started talking about the West earlier in the stream, and then I was like, well, we're not gonna be talking about the West very much. And then I got hit up by UT Dallas to stream their matches tonight. So I'm very much looking forward, despite them being 1-6 right now. I still can't wait, especially to watch the series against UT Arlington. Like that's a rivalry series right there. And I was like, dreaming up future Monday Night Lights streams, and I was like, it would be cool to have UT Dallas play UT Arlington on stream. Little did I know we would get it outside of a Monday and with great implications in the CCA Summer Series landscape. But Alex Zapato is playing on the San Diego State roster now as well. That's another roster that I can't wait to watch.
Okay, all right. I didn't know they were actually over there. That's cool because I've been able to see them play a whole lot more. So, yeah, no matter how it goes and no matter how well teams are always doing, it's always fun to get the collegiate rivalry. Scholastic rivalries just usurp anything you can see on the pro side because there is just such a wealth of just blood boiling rage that goes on between either side. You could be blue, you could be red, you could be orange, you could be green. It doesn't matter. You will throw hands because they just have a different mascot than you, and then you shake hands afterwards because that's what you do after you go in and off the pitch. But for this one coming up, you're talking about how Davenport, this is expected for them to win. Can we expect maybe more of the Bears to kind of just take over and maybe undo some of those expectations? Because Slayer's pretty good. Taco Stash, I've seen Danger Taco talk about him a lot before. Gotta see if this team maybe will kind of surprise us on the end.
They will have to do some surprising. I think they are still a team that can contest Davenport, take a game or two, and maybe pull off the upset. But they do have a large hill to climb, and it starts off with the beginning of the series. Like, you've got to take one of the first two games. I just don't see a team like Davenport being reverse swept. I don't care how highly you rate Shawnee State. It's going to be hard to pull off a reverse sweep over Davenport. And so starting off on the right foot, best of fives. I think in best of fives, reverse sweeping's a bit easier than the longer best of 7 series, but in a round robin stage, you're playing so many series, like pulling off the reverse sweep is difficult to do. Although, I will add a caveat that Shawnee State has pulled off a reverse sweep already this season over Durham, who's on the lower side of the table, yes, but they did that on the mainstream a little bit, I think at the very beginning of the summer series season, so it's possible.
Okay, all right. So you've done it before. Precedence has been made, and you don't want to have to do it again, but you have proven that you can, and that's honestly what we're going to be looking at and going into it. I feel like there's some kind of unknowns, at least for myself. I want to see how Duckworth does Ducky themselves, King Duck, the quacker that they are, maybe works in with this kind of previous 2/3 IRSC squad with Slayer and Taco, and I want to see if that can maybe present itself. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of 2-1 rotations kind of working with that. Brock and Cam and Bolty as well. I don't have all the film for him, but I know Cam holds every single offensive record over with Columbia when he was with the Cougars. Coming over with Brock seems really unfair. So there is a firepower differential that Davenport Panthers are going to be bringing into this matchup that I really want to see cook up. But like I said, it's a best of 5, and best of 5s are like a jog, and you have to get at least some of those extra, those extra sprints in the way to really find that difference. So game 1, it's going to be really telling.
It is, and we should be getting this in just a second. I did not know I was the party leader, and so we had a slight delay on making the lobby because I was busy talking. So, Shawnee State and Davenport taking the pitch finally in their best of 5. We'll see if Davenport can right the wrongs inflicted upon them by Northwood. And Shawnee State is a team they could do it against. Here we go. Shawnee State in blue, Davenport in orange. Let's finally get this thing started.
All right, so Bears in blue, Panthers in orange. Davenport want to bounce back. I mean, a loss to Northwood could be expected and nigh inevitable, and it's not a big deal. But still, and maybe on just the lowest side of things, Shawnee State going to be under or putting some initial pressure, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of leadership by Slayer to try and make this happen, but a great breakout by the Panthers, and now they're putting on the pressure.
Oh, they open up a lot of space here with a physical play on the goal line. Taco Stash just narrowly recovered from to make that save. Well done by Shawnee State. That was an awkward moment where Davenport had a lot of space in the offensive zone. All 3 players moved up aggressively, but they don't find pay dirt off the back of that. So Bolty and Cam have to use each other to get out of defense. Now gets the midfield line and into the Shawnee State corner. That was a pretty team play to get out of defense.
It really was, and that's some extra communication that's going to happen very fast. Cam is going to give up their life as Slayer just kind of beams through him. That's a shot on target and forces both defenders to stretch from either side of the pipes. Taco Stash ends up coming with the wealth of it, but biggest thing that we had in our previous series, goals inside and just outside the first minute. Right now, we're starting to see that elaboration, and there's some pressure against Shawnee.
It's all been pressure against Shawnee, I feel like. Davenport have had all kinds of space in offense to keep the ball in play. And Shawnee State have, they found enough clears, obviously, to keep Davenport scoreless. But field domination right now, 65%. in favor of Davenport in the first 100 seconds of gameplay, and it will continue to grow here as Davenport has more space and Bolte off the ceiling. Though Taco Stash interferes with that play on the back wall, and Davenport again will try once more.
Bolte was hoping to get all his wheels to touch and get that ceiling reset, and unfortunately for them, they were unable, but Slayer ends up coming up with a big piece of this ball. They're going to get some boost and going to leave it up into that same zone, and that was, for all of intents and purposes, a Rule 1 happening, but they're not going to lock it in. They're going to try and lock it up. Big save by Cam. Not too much lethality. They're looking for the second effort, but this one's going to be booted away.
Duckworth's going to boot it right back, though, and Taco Stash tried to extend that clearance deeper into Davenport territory. Although he made no contact, that was still a decent look for Shawnee State as Davenport was scrambled on their back line for just a moment. You know, that moment did pass. No one conceded any goals, and Davenport get right back to placing shots on target. Cam afforded that one, and they'll try again with Brock. They both find a touch on that play, though Brock sticks with it. And once again, they both go for the same ball, and Davenport once again sticks in the corner.
It's kind of chucking it around, nothing too elaborately complex about some of these passing plays, and it looks like they're just going for zone attacks. Cam ends up with a better part of a threaded needle between two Bear players. Oh, Slayer, they're gonna key up one, it's a floater.
Oh.
Slayer trying to get involved again, no boost, and it was just creating problems from the backboard. That's been Davenport that's been under fire.
But they find a way to get out, and Bolte leaves that ball for Cam. He lobs it on target. Slayer finds the first read. Brock sends the rebound too high, and Taco Stash finds a subsequent touch to get Shawnee State out of defense. Close shaves for both teams, as there have only been a combined 11 shots, but I feel like every one of them has been quality. Forcing backline saves, forcing tough reads on the goal line for either end. And yet, the defenses have prevailed so far. 0-0 still with 1:15 left.
I feel like Cam just spawned out of the hexagons on the floor. I did not see him lurking there. I thought that was a free net. But now it's a 3v1. Bolte with a ton of extra touches, forcing Slayer to stay on the flats of their feet before getting a massive bonk downfield. It has been good quality, but nothing that has been stretched beyond where a defender has already been positioned up. Taco Stash hoping to get some level of deflection, and with less than a minute to go, we could be looking at overtime with zeros on the board.
We might. No, that's a backwards pass that Brock fields and turns into an opening goal for his team. Davenport finding first blood off the back. Just an incidental touch. Slayer tried to play it backwards, and Brock was right there.
Yeah, Slayer, they were hoping to drop that kind of that middle third for their teammate, and then there was just a lot of power. I don't know if he thought he could get a lot more on it than he really could. Soft flick. Bolte will get it from the opposite side post. Taco Stash in the game with Shawnee State. It was looking like they were able to hold their own, but now the threats are starting to loom a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, Davenport, with this lead, are choosing rather to play defense and kill this game, to just play more offense. And they might as well. They've got speed, they've got boost, they got Brock on the ball, and he's found a way through Slayer. Though the backup player in Duckworth finds Shawnee State maybe one last opportunity, and Taco Stash puts it in with some help from his opponents. It's only fair. Brock got the pass from Slayer. Taco Stash gets the help from the rest of Davenport.
And they forced Cam to jump early. They were sweeping down after putting up that ball and went straight to the near side post. Cam had to get out of danger, but it left a gap and they snuck it through. Well, it's not 0-0s, but 1-1 could beget OT. Cam with one extra chance. They're trying to flick it. Look at that pass! Oh, what a save by Slayer! We do hit overtime.
How on earth did Shawnee State keep that ball out? And now off kickoff, find themselves a chance to win it in overtime. Taco Stash can't find his second of the game or a game one W. Instead, Davenport get out. Cam plays it deep, and Duckworth on zero boost just has to touch it to the corner. This is dangerous now. Slayer not dunked enough by Davenport to get themselves an immediate goal. Instead, though, Cam tries off the rebound. He can't get to the defense either, and this is all kinds of intense. But Taco Stash will get us out of it. That'll be a 2-1 overtime win for Shawnee State. My word.
Wow, an unbreakable wall of bears for Shawnee State in overtime, and Davenport lets one leak through. They find a top 90, and they find themselves a dub. That's the kind of surprise and the kind of tone that you need to set. Shawnee takes the early lead.
I do not know how Shawnee State got out of that game. With how close they were to losing it, on 0 seconds, they somehow get that ball to dirt, find a way into overtime, and then win it there. Unbelievable display of resilience from Shawnee State, making incredible stops on their goal line. 5 saves on 9 Davenport shots, including that one on 0 seconds. I need a deep breath.
It's the same shared on both sides, save for 1 goal of difference. 5 saves, 9 shots, 1 assist, but 2 came with Taco Stash. Also, as an aside and an extra, Ball State apparently just swept Northwood. So maybe marathoning all your matches in a row ain't the way to do it. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would see Ball State as one of the teams in the CRL field that could beat Northwood, and
that's true.
They have just. So that's one playoff team beating another. I hope we get that kind of rematch in the summer series bracket, as what a result for Ball State. But here in game 2, Davenport taking on Shawnee State. I think a solid playoff team versus a squad trying to take that 6th spot. And Davenport, the playoff team, I think should claim one of the top 6 spots, has started off on the wrong foot. What a shot by Taco Stash.
Taco is locked in. He has brought the stash wax, and he is styling right now. Responsible for 2 of those goals, looking to try and get a redirect setup. Can't quite get it to the undercarriage of his car. That is a player that you have to be very aware of at all times. Slayer wants to take control. That's a bad position, but Bolte on the pre-jump can't quite get a more dangerous position, so we're playing off of 50-50s. Look at Cam trying to play their way back. That is Taco Stash unable to reach out.
I like the idea. We both kind of saw the vision of Taco Stash there, and he sticks with the play. That's a nice 50. Keeps it neutral with Brock, allowing his teammates to step in and slow down the attack of Davenport, but it will pick up speed again by way of Cam putting a shot on, denied at the point of contact by Slayer, and Taco Stash will clear. Shawnee State finding another way to survive in defense despite a decent-looking Davenport setup.
First minute and 20. And this is not exactly a couple teams that have been scoring in buckets either here, Bepic. They have taken their time, and it's been a lot of 50-50 possession. Lots of good last-second defense as well. So kind of living on a knife's edge right now. Seeing who can just really win that midfield contention. And Cam, I mean, he wants to set something up and may have to just go for an individual play.
He gets bumped off of it. Brock follows nicely. That extra touch, though, I think a bit of an accident, as Bolte was moving in quickly for a hefty backboard touch. Either way, well, slow things way down. Allow time for that deep breath that I mentioned in between game 1 and 2. Still a fight for possession here, and we're just leveling the ball at each other, playing volleyball for a moment. But Cam using an illegal volleyball move, but a perfectly fine Rocket League one to get Davenport playing some more offense.
I mean, full contact volleyball is my next, standard. Oh, it's at the goal line! And you know what? It's all legal here. Take out the defender, shove it through.
That's a nice play by Bolte. 50-50 plus demo is a deadly combination for a defense, and Bolte inflicted it upon Shawnee State there on their goal line. A free ball for Davenport, and they will get first blood, and we'll get a bump on the kickoff cheat, so no immediate response from Shawnee.
Yeah, that one could have been deadly, especially because I think it was keyed up by Taco Stash, but that one ends up being left in the annals of what-ifs. A couple of demos traded on opposite sides of the pitch, as both teams want to make this an easier venture by simply thinning out their rival in front of them. Cam going to take it away from Taco Stash, and then he's going to get a power flow against a one-on-one. Ducky, as I've now been able to nickname them, thank you, chat. I should be calling them Duckworth, but regardless, 210. They want to find some extra effort, and they may be able to get it underneath, but Bolte's too solid.
Bolte, nice touch before laying his life on the line over towards Cam. Davenport trying to reset their offense, but Duckworth finds a way out, gets space thanks to Taco Stash up ahead, and puts Brock in a really tough spot that he does very, very well in. Finds a clear off of a crossbar save And that is exactly what you want to come out of that play for Davenport.
Yeah, you need that in that final hour. Ducky is able to get a massive bang here, and Taco wants to go up and aim for some kind of ball, but Cam ends up running away with possession. And this has been tough because I think the majority, like you said, early in game number 1 was held by Davenport, and it's been clearly held by Davenport. But there's been some extra efforts and extra demos, extracurriculars all around. Can Duckworth be able to get one on target? They do, and Bolte sells out to be able to get a touch.
I mean, 2/3 of possession in this game have been in favor of Davenport. We've spent a lot of minutes on that Shawnee State half, and yet their defense has kept this game in a manageable position. They're only down by 1 heading into the final minutes, and we know what kind of late game heroics to expect from teams of this caliber. So moving in transition now, Brock actually, I think, dodged a bump right there. That was dangerous. And outside of the bump dodge, Davenport find a shot on and in. Shawnee State overstretch, and Davenport get one step closer to securing game 2.
That's both a great and unfortunate idea on that centering touch because Duckworth was trying to get it to his teammate. They hadn't gotten the corner boost yet, so they weren't able to threaten from the outside perimeter, and it's an open center avenue to just go and get a score. So with 40 seconds to go, Davenport may be seeing themselves equalizing this series. We have seen last-second heroics. Got to see if anything like that evolves here. I need to see something probably in the next 15, but that's an open net one more time. Big save out of Duck.
Hey, keeps it in a decent spot. You need something soon if you're Shawnee State. Very much backed up in their corner at the moment and bumping each other and just ultimately not making things look good for a last-ditch effort at trying to get us to overtime. And also, thank you, Wova, for the raid. My man, congratulations on the win over Northwood. I hope you're feeling good. I would imagine you are after that big win.
Well, this one's going to end up touching down, and we will touch into a 1-1 series. Both these squads now showing up. We're going to see how they put up into game number 3. And yeah, shout out Ball State. You were talking about them being a big playoff contender. Already doing that against Northwood. Shawnee State can be able to pull up against Davenport now as they finally get into the groove of this series.
And that was much better from Davenport. They didn't let any of the decent looks that Shawnee State were creating in transition find a way into the back of their net. They were dodging bumps. They were intercepting passing lanes. It was just overall an improvement on their defensive half, especially in counterattack defense mode. So, all right, we'll see if they can do it again. I mean, Shawnee State coming out here, taking game 1, clutching up near the end of it. We've seen what they can do late in games, but there they were held in check, and now going into game 3, I mean, it's just, can Shawnee State replicate game 1? Can Davenport replicate game 2?
It felt like I saw a lot of Slayer on the Shawnee State side trying to get very physical, and I mean that by just not too much chase, but just being the blunt end of a long weapon and seeing if they can be able to just kind of make space occur. They want to feed it over to Taco Stash now, who really is their best and only scorer at this point in time. Gotta find if they can be able to get everyone weaponized. I love that passing play, but it's stretched a bit too wide.
And as Shawnee State is setting up their offense, real quick, another shout out to Feisty, Taquito, and Somber. I forgot you boys were on the Ball State call today, so I hope that was a fun one. I imagine it was, getting a little team stream action over there for a big upset win. And I just hope you guys had fun with the whole stream. So I appreciate it if you guys had your hand in the raid as well. And, well, Shawnee State, we pick up right where they left off as I started that comment, with Duckworth on the ball in the corner, but Davenport again finding a half clear as Taco Stash intercepts.
Like the passes that are slowly evolving here for Shawnee State, but it's being received pretty patiently out of Davenport. They've not seemed too chuffed about having to exist on their own back half. Brock, light fender pass. They want to get over to a teammate, and Bolte just kind of runs ragged and rapidly around it. Cam is looking to reset, but look how just squeezed in that this Davenport defense has been, and look how tight the angles have to be if Shawnee State Bears want to get through the doggo! Taco! They find it!
First of all, what a shot from Taco Stash. Got up so early, and that's still a tough angle to hit right there to get through 2 orange cars. I mean, second of all, Bolte almost saved that, so well done defensively, putting up the effort, try and get that block. But Taco Stash has been way too clinical this series. You kind of mentioned it, him being one of, if not the only, Shawnee State scorer. Taco Stash has been electric on the offensive side of the ball.
And they want to keep him that way. This player in particular has been so keyed in as to how they got to get around this offense, and they're taking everything that both Duck as well as Slayer is giving to them. But same to be said here for Davenport. They work very quickly.
Ooh.
Oh, that bang goes a bit too wide. Duck ends up kind of losing handles on the ball. They want to get a pinch play together with Taco, and then that ends up being an extended offense here for the Panthers.
That's so fortunate for Brock, and it leads to a goal as well. Shawnee State, we saw the vision. You go for that team pinch, and if it executes, you've got a decent counterattack moving the other way. Instead, you just give Brock a free sidewall play right after he refueled at the midfield 100, and he converts it into a pass to Cam. And all right, Davenport's back.
It's the non-standard creativity versus the full standard just proactivity, and you got to get through both. You cannot let yourself have a blunder there. That one's going to be dangerous, but Taco Stash ends up on the back line. This is one of his favorite spots. Loves to be able to take that outside left rotation, and then he just finds so much power, but it's shut down as they're trying to actively read into Taco Stash. Look at this. Brock is just in his grill, making life more difficult.
Cam's gone low, but Slayer had Duckworth backed up. That's a nice goal line stand. Shawnee State now under immense pressure here, and getting the touches they need to outside of the previous play, and that is a nice passing lane intervened with by Duckworth. It gets the Bears out of defense, and he'll, again, intercept a clear, and it turned into a pass over to Slayer, setting down a shot-ish as well at the end of the play, but left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, that one, it was a great accurate point, but Brock ends up just turning a nice counterplay into an instant point, and it's because Taco Stash was actually hanging out at midfield, hoping to get involved in that previous rotation, and then he gets shot well over his head, and they took advantage.
And just like that, Davenport find themselves a lead. The field domination for the first couple of minutes absolutely favored Shawnee State, but since then, Davenport in the last 60, 90 seconds or so have found complete control of the offensive side of the ball, and they're trying to add on to their lead yet with Brock and Cam looking to link up. Well, Shawnee State pushed back on them for just a second. With 90 seconds left, I'm sure Shawnee State would love an extended play of their own on that orange end of the pitch.
They gotta, because they were able to bleed them dry for a long time. Oh boy, Bolty's able to outpace everyone. A kick back, a shot. They're gonna let it happen again. Bolty brings out the trebuchet, and they lay on the siege.
And we get Brock's point of view on the replay here, watching all of those extra touches result in a Bolty goal steal technically, because it was Brock shooting it, but I feel like all the setup work that Bolty did right there, he did deserve the goal.
Yeah, you know what? If you end up having the last hand in the cookie jar, then you get what's left of all the treats, and it comes in the form of a big point and a big save here by Cam. Now they're going to get physical. See if they can be able to get rid of these defenders. Davenport not really going anywhere. Duck is going to try and take over the 3v1, but Brock very calmly brings us up. Oh, what a save again by Cam.
Taco Stash is just finding shots rather out of nowhere, it seems at times, but that was a phenomenal save by Cam, and Davenport clear the zone and look to secure their 2-goal lead with 40 seconds left. Cam, another interception. What Taco Stash is trying, but Duckworth and Slayer turn a pass into a shot, and Taco Stash upfield harassing Davenport. Made the play look good, but it wasn't good enough. Still, Davenport lead by 2.
22 seconds to go. Oh, and Brock just doing whatever he wants? I don't know. Oh, Cam overran this. Oh, a shot again. They're forcing Taco to have to be even faster with how they want to create. But now they can just keep this one bled upfield. It's going to go down to just 2 goals difference, and still that'll be enough. A couple in a row here as they let the first one slide. The Panthers going to try and take it in game 4. They're going to be up 2-1 in this series.
Davenport just took over in the back half of that game. It started off in favor of Shawnee State. I mean, a 1-1 beginning. Shawnee State's offense is cooking, and then Davenport controlled minutes, like 2 through 4, it felt like. And Shawnee State gained a little bit back at the end of that game. But, man, when Davenport is controlling possession, they're getting those extra little touches to find each other in the infield, off the sidewalls, whatever it needs to be in the moment. They look so good. And there's a reason why their 2 losses have come to top-tier teams in CRL. Davenport is also a top-tier team. And when you're beating teams like Shawnee State, you're kind of cementing yourself as at the very least a playoff team, and at best for this roster, I really think a team that can make a name for themselves late in the playoff bracket.
This is one of those teams that you see them line up, especially into maybe one of those big RLCS runs, and then you're like, okay, how deep they're gonna go? It feels like a deep, or like at least a deep day 3 sort of qualifier type of squad, which is something to be said, because I mean they're gonna be going up against Northwood here in the near side future, and looking at what they can do. Actually, no, they lost to them, right?
Right.
No?
Yeah.
Yes. I forgot. Either way, they're gonna be able to keep neck and neck with them. Shawnee State has shown flashes of brilliance. They have to get all the weaponization of Taco Stash up and down this pitch against that back line. What a pickup. Brock just want to flip reset. Oh no! Defensive chaos.
Yeah, I mean, Brock made this play look good at the beginning, caused a lot of panic there from Duckworth and Taco Stash, and yeah, Taco had that save and just ran into Duckworth, who was also making a play on it. Fair enough. Davenport lead 1-0.
You know what? You get it one way or another. Brock is one of those guys too. Never discount him. Cam gets a nice flip reset collection. And Slayer, well, they're gonna actually have a chance. Taco Stash, nothing left in the tank, but Slayer's gonna fill that gap. Bolty's gonna be waiting on it, and that's supreme positioning. You have someone on the goal line, someone on the backboard. No way you're cutting through that for free.
One goes high, one goes low, and Cam goes straight to net. I think he pogoed that in. It's 2-0 Davenport. They might close this series out in style.
Oh my god, he did. I thought maybe he had a very late term flip cancel because that car just stalled. Nah, he used his trunk because his nose hit the floor. Oh, is this a 3rd in a row? Oh, they can't get the sprinting goal from kickoff.
Fair enough. He hits the pogo. He can't read the crossbar bounce. I can forgive him for missing out on that opportunity. He'll get a second chance on the ball. Cam will, but nothing in the boost tank. So Shawnee State take the ball back over. Duckworth in the corner can get something started here, but is stuffed by Bolte, who carries the ball clear.
Just uninterrupted vigilance on possession. You've seen Cam and Brock and Bolte just fully take over, which if you're Shawnee State, can't be the theme of game number 4, especially when they had themselves a chance. But when they are flip resetting and then getting ceiling resets and pre-jumping you at your goal line, it's just the old man staring at the sky and praying he can just defend.
I mean, for Shawnee State, they've been playing well enough to take advantage of some of this confidence that Davenport is flexing on offense. And I just, right now, it seems like they're a bit lost. But hey, that play works. I call them lost, and Shawnee State just gets right back to what works. Send Slayer up ahead, let Taco Stash shoot. It's the perfect recipe for a goal.
And Slayer ends up landing on top of Bolte, forcing him back. You gotta Goomba stomp him sometimes to open up a gap. So, cut the lead just down to 1 and see what can come after. It's been a collective bit of chaos at times, teamwork willing for the side of Shawnee State, but you've seen this become an aerial acrobatics style. It feels like just everything's gone to a trapeze sort of situation.
It does, especially for Davenport. They are trying everything through the air at the moment, and Shawnee State, it seems like they're content with playing that type of style of Rocket League here at the moment, though Cam is going low now, and he is good on the ground. Tried to get that ball back center, but good defensive positioning by Duckworth on the near side. Shawnee State, though, still cannot escape their half. Slayer's been taken down. Taco Stash pops to a full boost Duckworth, so this is an escape route found. He'll just quickly put a shot on, but Cam easily saves.
Okay, but it ends up with Duck. Hold on. Duck extend this all the way down, is slipping out. What a massive 50 by Taco, and Duck just stuck around enough to tie this at 2.
Well, if you stepped away from your PC after Cam pogoed on the Shawnee State defense and you've just now come back, I imagine you're a little bit shocked as to what's transpired here. Shawnee State have found a way back, and that's what I'm talking about. They have an offense that in transition is very difficult to deal with at times. They can create shots out of nowhere. Their physical Rocket League gameplay is very solid, and right there, just a shot out of nowhere that almost caught Cam out, though he is back in time to save the ball away.
Stuck to the ground like it had Gorilla Tape on it, and it seemed to have enough speed, but they do recover in time with less than 2 minutes to go. We're tied up with a deuce apiece. It's been evolving now from a lot of air to a lot of ground. We should swear you're seeing both sides of FedEx, and they're trying to deliver this package to either end of the pitch. Big flip reset from Bolty to Cam. Cam looking to work it past Duck, and Duck sends it to the corner. See if they at least trap it there, while the defenders of Shawnee now see themselves on a counterplay approach. Slayer with one touch. Taco, can he get another big bump, but they can't get it on the pipes.
Everything was so good except for the shot. And Taco Stash has typically been good for solid shots in this series. But right there, a missed opportunity for Shawnee State keeps us tied up. We'll get right back to it, though. Duckworth clangs the ball off the post, but Slayer has his back. 3-2, the Bears are here to stay.
It's a weird one out here. And Brock didn't expect that one to go off pipeline. They knew they had to take the challenge, and then sticking around, having a second player. Yeah, if you stepped away after the first 40 seconds and said, nah, it's over, it's cooked, well, guess what? It was just a low simmer. The actual main dish is being brought by the Bears.
Still, Davenport, they've got comeback potential that cannot be denied, and Brock has space to work with here. A full boost take, an extra flip off the ceiling, and it almost goes in, even though he didn't use that flip for anything maybe other than confusion of the Shawnee State defense. That was a dangerous looking play out of nowhere, but Shawnee State survive it and are now still actually in an awkward spot. Duckworth demoed off the back wall. Cam drops it to Brock. Brock goes left side and scores. 3-3 with 30 left to play.
Haymaker for Haymaker. Two big boxers just going at it. A great pass over to Brock, and they catch Slayer just a little bit too far up from the opposite side post. They were in the middle of the net, but a great placement shot. Didn't need the pace, just the position. 30 seconds left. Bepic, this one is going to come down to final goal.
It is, very much so. The question, though, is it in regulation? Or do we get extra time here in Game 4? Taco Stash wants regulation, but Cam will emphatically clear that ball, put Slayer in a spot to just kind of touch that ball away, and Cam was allowed a free shot on target, though Duckworth found a save, and Shawnee State maybe given one more transitional opportunity here at the end of regulation. Hey, it's a chance for Davenport. Brock on target. Can't dunk Slayer, who found a save. The ball stays up on 0 seconds, but this should get it to ground. It does. Overtime here in Game 4.
Do we find 5? Does it end in 4? How are they going to sneak this one through otherwise, or will they power their way in? Taco Stash, they got to wait it out. They see Cam, the crossbar, a back pass, Bolty, bringing it to the backboard, negative angle, they shove it through. 15 seconds of dominance in OT, and Davenport takes the series.
Oh, that was a sweater for both teams. Davenport claimed an early 2-goal lead in style, and then Shawnee State stormed back, took a lead that Davenport promptly took away, and turned into a 3-1 series win. It wasn't easy. Shawnee State showed why they belong in the playoff conversation, but Davenport showed why they are a playoff team, and they disposed of the Bears in 4.
That was wild. That's exactly what you need to see in the trenches whenever you're just outside of kind of that playoff conversation, and about how you can keep pace with the big boys. But Davenport, after having their wrongs righted from game number 1, they made it so tough in games 2 and 3. 4 almost looked like a done deal in the first minute, but I love seeing what Shawnee State was able to bring to the table. Job well done, though. It's going to be a big dub by the Panthers, and Davenport, just like you said, they're looking scary when they can be in their best form.
And that leaves Shawnee State now at 2-3, which is a third of their round robin schedule complete. And they're out on the outside looking into the playoff conversation, just outside of that top 6. But there is absolutely room for them to get back up in that top 6 range. So Davenport, 2 losses now, but 6-2 overall, halfway through their round robin schedule. And I mean, they're looking the part of a team that everybody coming into this summer season is saying could very well take over the Collegiate Rocket League scene soon.
Yeah, I want to see how this team continues to blossom, because obviously you have your growing pains. I mean, Northwood is not infallible, as they did get swept, but you lost to them, but you do bounce back and you get tested. And I feel like that's a true kind of signifier of a team that is going to go through every single kind of growth pattern. If you can't take it to teams like, Shawnee State, then you're kind of just a flash in the pan. But there's actual substance to this squad. So we got to see them, but I feel like, not even feel like I know that we got some West Side teams that want to be able to have a showcase here soon.
I will toss the schedule up on the screen because we are only 3/5 of the way through tonight's. UT Dallas takes on San Diego State at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, and then they follow that up with a banger of a series to cap the night off against their in-state rival of UT Arlington. Monkey Man, I think you're sticking with me for the long haul tonight. So we got a fun pair of series left on the board.
This is going to be a fun one. I can't wait to see it. You know what? From east to west, we're seeing some of the best. So why not be able to get even more of it as we get set up for our next thing? You know what? I'm going to grab some water.
Yeah.
If we're going to last the night. I didn't have way more water than I got right now.
Yeah, I feel ya. We're going to take a short break. Next series starts at the top of the hour in 20 minutes time. So please stick around just a little bit longer because we're moving to the west side of North American CRL. Don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back for the start of the UT Dallas stream, as they'll be joining us for our next 2 Summer Series Best of Fives, taken on San Diego State first. Monkey Man is still with me. It has been a wonderful night of entertaining Collegiate Rocket League so far, Monkey Man, and we get to move on over from the East to the West now for our final 2 series.
This one's going to be kind of a central to West, as we're going to have San Diego State going up against UT Dallas. The Comets are not exactly in a great place, but North Texas is still a great place, regardless of where you get to be. So, by the way, I'm originally from North Texas, so shout out to my my 817 peeps out there. You know who you are. This is going to be, I don't think it's going to be the bounce back that they're hoping for, but we've also seen a usurping of expectations, especially because Shawnee State was trying to do exactly that just a little bit ago. I want to see how the west side of things are being handled. Everyone already knows that Maryville's already through for the most part, 12-0. But I want to see how the rest of this round robin really starts to shape up.
Yeah, and for UT Dallas, this is, and it's very boring analysis to just say this, but this is a must-win series for them. 1-6 start is not great, and San Diego State, they're 2-2 so far. They just lost to Missouri, I believe, like 30 minutes ago. So I think SDSU is you're 1-9 now. Never mind, Liquidpedia's a bit behind, so we might be might be beyond a must-win series for UT Dallas. But hey, you're playing for pride, and you're playing to get prepared for the fall season, because this is still just the summer season. Like, you're just preparing for the actual in-season time. So we'll see what both teams can do.
You know what? If I know anything about Texan infrastructure facing off against hurricanes, heat waves, or blizzards, is that I'm super surprised that they even have electricity or internet to keep on playing. So shout out over to the facilities of UT Dallas for trucking right along, even through this gambit that has been this summer series. And like you said, this is a summer intersession. You get to try things out, see what goes on. It doesn't define, your big CRL moments, but it does give you a taste. And on the other side of that, even though you do have San Diego State that is in that moment of just kind of 2-2, they're still getting their feet in the water. They could maybe surprise them, and they're gonna have to really do that by getting past Zapatos, that I feel like is gonna really helm the squad out of San Diego.
And he is the new addition. Like, it was such a quiet pickup at San Diego State recruited Alex Zapatos. Like, I think maybe it was a day or two before Summer Series started, might even be like after Qualifier 1 wrapped up. Zapatos tweeted out, he's like, hey, so yeah, I'm at SDSU now. And everyone's like, okay, that makes you an actual contender in the West with San Diego State, who are already very good. And so going into this fall season for San Diego State, I think they've been going through some growing pains, just a little bit. I mean, a 2-2 start, they couldn't take down Missouri earlier. I think they'll work through that, and they're going to be a really fun team to watch come the fall.
Yeah, honestly, I've actually been able to talk to Zapatos, and they're such a great player and great person. So the fun that can be added to this team, quiet pickups as they are. You're talking about earlier how we get the truffle shuffle of CRL rosters, and everyone just kind of slowly moseying around, totally for education. Wink, wink. I can't actually wink, so take that. But yeah, I want to see if SDSU can continue to be on their rise. They've always been a competitor out in the West, but they want to really cement that they can be able to help it be the best, and that this isn't just an all Maryville controlled conference. What can be done? But I'm also not going to put it past UT Dallas for this one to be at least in the record books. I want to see how they'll be able to bounce back from it, because at this point in time, play your heart out. Just let it all hang out and see what they can do, because no matter what, after this matchup, they got an in-state rival of a North Texas just rivalry that gets to go down for that final match of the day.
Exactly. I mean, you are playing with house money at this point, because 1-9 now that we know what their actual record is, you're not coming back from that. And so it's just practice. It's just having fun playing a video game, and hopefully enjoying your summer break as well. I hope all the players that have been competing in the summer series are still able to enjoy their summer break, despite the 4+ weeks that'll be taken up with summer series, because it's still Rocket League at the end of the day. So we'll have some fun with it. We'll see if the 1-in-14 dream lives on tonight after the North Texas Derby later on as well, with UT Arlington joining the fray against UTD.
You know, I don't know if I've ever heard of the 1-in-14 dream. I feel like for some that's a nightmare, but shout out to anyone that's aiming for low. Look, everyone that's on that level, especially when you're going into all your college classes, you're like, you know what? I've heard there's a bell curve. I'm gonna break that myth. There is not for most of your stuff. But either way, the bell curve for this is that it's the summer, so it doesn't matter too much. But we go to game number 1.
Yeah.
Best of 5 will finally be on lock. Let's see if the Comets can soar, but I feel like the San Diego State is going to be ready for them.
And hey, while we're getting into it, I do have to point out as well that UT Dallas is the alma mater of my boy Pranav Sudrik, the CEO of Tactical Banditry. So I'm a little partial to them for that fact. So we'll see what kind of fight they can put up against NPleb and his Aztecs here. As so far, San Diego State with the first possession, but UT Dallas now piecing together a decent look and a goal. There we go.
Hey, it's decent enough to get through the net. That's exactly what you're hoping for. Dog was left with nothing in the tank, and they had to be able to time that one up. Unable to do so as Pleb ends up all the way in the back end, and no connection found. So, first 16 seconds, Comets, they find first purchase.
Good start. San Diego State, though, with an opportunity here. Dog trying to get that ball over Luby's head, and is successful in at least getting it over his head, just not quite in the back of the blue net. UT Dallas find a save and a clear as well. See if they can add on to their 1-goal lead that they've found very early on. But the answer so far is no, unless this goes in. Zora shot far right. That Dog is able to block.
Is Zapatos playing in a samurai? I'm gonna have to look at that later. I feel like that's actually one of their most common cards. That's an interesting choice though for me. A big breakout as they're trying to drop it over to big old Zap. Wins a massive 50. Aim on the turn, looking to get rid of Dalton. But we've not seen consistency as of yet. A nice drop back pass, a shooting. Oh man, opposite side post. But Zora comes up with a big save.
That was a lovely play. Letting that ball go, and freezing the defense, pushing them back to their goal line, allowing your teammate to shoot. But better save. Zora found the read on it and now clears the zone with a 100 boost in hand. But Alex is backwards to the play and still finds a teammate. Zap takes to the skies and is stopped by Luby, but not before setting up SDSU for more offense.
Lots of high lobs. They're trying to force a lot of boost to get used here by UT Dallas before they're able to exert themselves downfield. Dog gonna get picked up by Pleb, and Pleb looking for a nice corner feed and read over to Zapatos. He's gonna get bumped away from it, so they're gonna force up the third man a little bit earlier. This is just slow as she goes. It's still 1-goal difference in favor of the Comets, but so far the Aztecs have been knocking at the door. That's a big demo to thin out this counterattack. They've really just suppressed them in this back blue half.
And yet, UT Dallas is still getting a couple of chances in transition, and they're not bad looks, but they're having to make such difficult stops on their own goal line, and that one is made by the woodwork. But regardless, it's more possession for San Diego State. They have had the bulk of the field domination so far, and eventually you feel like they gotta break through, and Pleb puts in an open net set up by Zap, and that is a tie ball game.
Dalton went for it thinking that Zapatos was going to have a free shot, and honestly, it was a great bait play. They were being pressured by a man on the ground, so they had to retreat into the net regardless, and then they committed after, or in the midst of their teammate doing the same thing. Step back, looking for the fadeaway, flip second to keep it for later, a set to their teammate, and that's 2 in a row.
And that's the benefit of recruiting a one's main. It's a gorgeous flip reset. I don't know how Azap picks up that ball like he does, and the Comets don't know either, because they're scrambled in defense now, and Dog has the easiest cleanup of his life, and SDSU have finally found a rhythm in offense.
Zap is just gonna clear this net. That's their aim, and it's not gonna be through physical force. It's gonna be through finesse. And that's a tough thing to get beyond if it's allowed to happen more than once in front of your defensive back half. Flip reset to try and get around Dog. It ends up off their noodle, but Pleb this time an opportune position.
Yeah, that's a dangerous moment that I thought was going to turn into a goal. I didn't see Pleb. He is blending in with the box, but again, has to get back here. Dog, the first player on the ball. Actually, Pleb didn't have to get back. His Dog had it covered, and Azap clears. So Pleb's up front grabbing demos as Azap grabs a goal. San Diego State moved to 3-1.
10 shots to 1, and it's really starting to just get illuminated. Dalton stuck on this near side wall. They didn't know how much space would be stolen out by Zapatos, and they just crawled it across the box. Now, then less than 2 minutes to go. That first goal is feeling like a fleeting, brief moment of success, and the Comets are feeling really kind of stuck at home. Pleb, and they're gonna find the better part of the net. What a save! What?
Using the crossbar to pinch that ball away was Luby, doing anything he can to stop Pleb's shot on target. And hey, I mean, UT Dallas, they are trying to give themselves some purchase late here, but Pleb, great save on a great shot by Dalton. Tries again, and that one is a little less than great. Azap fields the ball off the back wall, and UT Dallas to try again.
I like some of these passing plays, though. They're being very direct about them. But we're also seeing, you were talking about the ones main. How about the bumps mains? That one ends up not bleeding through. They had it dead to rights. But a minute to go, Dalton wants to split the difference between and can't catch him lurking. Dog will find that midfield boost. Zapatos immediately turns. Where's the second man? There he is. That one goes a bit more inaccurate than I think Pleb was hoping for.
San Diego State right now, they're playing everywhere in their offensive half except into the back of the net. All their opportunities are going off to the wayside, but it doesn't really matter. Having a 2-goal lead in the final 60 seconds gives you a little bit of liberation to play with the ball however you like in offense, and yet they still find a 4th goal eventually. Pleb gets the assist, Dog finishes the play off, and you kind of feel that one coming for a while.
Just caught it on his hood, and Zora didn't even actually get bumps. They just kind of flicked it over him. There was nothing much they could do, and it has felt like a swarm of bees all over this defensive half as UT Dallas Comets unable to escape. And again, more demos. This one Dalton finds as kind of a chippy, hey, I got you too, but it's happening all over the pitch.
Yeah. UT Dallas would like to play a bit more all over the pitch, which Luby will provide. Gets a clear with 0 boost. I didn't put too much faith in it. It didn't lead to anything. But UT Dallas, they've got a couple of bright spots in this game to take into game number 2. The chances they were getting, though rarely turning into shots on target, were still decent looks. If they can start using their opportunities in transition and applying more pressure on the goal line, maybe they give up less on their defensive side of the ball, as San Diego State had 13 shots on target, and going into game 2, maybe it looks a bit better for the Comets.
Yeah, gonna see as well as we get through some of this PC restart for Dog, and I mean, UT Dallas just felt like they had, again, those brief moments where they were able to find a small piece, but San Diego State quickly cuts down, not on total space, but immediately just being on the ball. I mean, it felt like they never left it alone. And again, you were talking about bringing in kind of a proficiency and expertise in a ones mindset. Ones can so quickly evolve into being able to key up other players because you see a field that usually is wide open for you, especially in one-on-ones, into being so congested with traffic. But when you simplify the game for simply winning those 50-50s and just that solo mechanics, it becomes just an easy venture for Zap to get it to any of his teammates at any given time.
And honestly, that style of play, I think, works a lot better at the collegiate level than it does the professional level. When AZAP was kind of taken off, I think it was a year and a half ago or so, in the ones scene, everyone was thinking he was going to be the next big ones player, akin to like a First Killer or Daniel, to step into the RLCS scene. But it didn't quite pan out. I think his style is a lot more slow and methodical, which makes sense for a ones player. But at the RLCS level, eventually you're going to reach a point where teams are too good. You might beat the first, but you're not beating the second, and that offensive strategy falls a bit flat. But here, Azap can find a lot of purchase in the offensive end with his ones heavy play style. Though off kickoff, we'll turn our attention back to UT Dallas as Luby scores the first.
Sometimes it's just about timing off of the 2v2, and Luby sticks with the objective, rolling it in. 3 seconds. We saw them score. It took only, what, 14 or 16 seconds in game number 1. Can they build? That's what I want to see.
We'll see. I think it comes down to if they can limit the amount of that happening. Azap almost got through all 3 Comets again on the blue end of the pitch, and it didn't turn into a goal per se, but UT Dallas, another scary moment they have just narrowly survived, though. A clear was found and quickly sent the other way as SDSU put a bit of pressure on the UT Dallas goal line, and now it's the Comets' turn to go the other way.
They've had moments where their passes have been really nice, but they've been also pretty predictable. Pleb is just going to lightly touch this one into the net, and we see kind of an overextension. They swarmed this left side of the pitch, and they left massive amounts of grass undefended.
Right, and UT Dallas maybe getting a bit excited at the prospect of taking a 2-goal lead and being punished promptly for that. But off kickoff, they scored their goal earlier, and they will be scored on here. Dog ripped a shot on target. And the Aztecs take a lead that we saw a lot of them holding on to in the last game.
You had the regular extension to go off to that opposite corner boost, but then the 2v2 just did not pan out. They already had someone, especially off of the big kickoff win, already on wall, and that's one of the most practiced wall positions from kickoff shooting for any player. Zapatos is going to let it go by. They're going to wait on by. Luby's been a lot more involved in this game, and Dalton, you can see them wanting to be kind of the instigator between the kind of the man-on-man style of play.
He will let this ball free to Zora. Has 12 boosts now, gets it through 2 orange cars, but ran way ahead of his teammates. So Luby and Dalton backing up the back lines of the rotation offensively for UT Dallas. Let's get back quick though. Zora, good save, but his teammate went, and that probably should have been a 3rd goal for SDSU, but Azap just missed.
Yeah, a bit of a slapper, and not with the accuracy that you want. Luby is going to keep control and overrun Dalton as they want to bring this one back upfield, and they get a nice shot on target. That is Zap caught slipping at the wheel.
Well, wake up, Bell. UT Dallas find their second. Azap, I can't tell what happened here. It's like he turned around, saw Luby had full access to the ball off the sidewall, and was like, well, it's too late. We're tied up. It's 2-2, and San Diego State, a bit of mishap in defense.
I like that's, you know what? Fair. It's done. There's a 1/3 of this pitch left to fly. Nah, it's over, guys. Let it go. I feel that in my bones at times. Looking for a save. Not going to happen. Dog finds another, and they reassert themselves in the lead.
Well, that was fast. They immediately answered the call that UT Dallas laid at them. And, I mean, UT Dallas just can't seem to stop the Aztecs on the blue end of the field. It is so difficult for them to find the saves and the touches that they need to consistently. They're getting blocks here and there. It's not like this is a blowout series per se, but it could get to that point if they aren't making big stops in defense, which, speaking of, nice stop by Azap.
You can feel the defense from San Diego State is getting experimental, and I mean that in kind of a laissez-faire style, because they have that confidence from that Game 1 win. They can try new things, just like what Dog is doing, dropping down on the head of a defender. Dog was sent to the moon and then came right back.
Poor Luby. Like, Dog got sent so far in the air that everyone probably just forgot about him. Like, object permanence, I'm not a big believer, and maybe the players weren't either. They forgot about him descending from the ceiling, and poor Luby just got pickpocketed.
That's one of those where in the all chat you get question marked, and then you're like, where did you come from? Well, Pleb is doing the same thing. All focus, all eyes drawn to this back corner post, and Dog has been involved in everything. They key up their teammate as well.
This is getting rough for UT Dallas's hopes of taking game 2, but if you're here cheering for the 1-14 dream, and then you're probably happy, is San Diego State. I mean, they're a top West team. I would say top half at the very least. So UT Dallas, them being down against SDSU and kind of getting beat around on their defensive end of the ball, it's not a terrible look, but you would like to see them get going soon here. They're just getting picked apart.
Offensively, I've loved what they put together.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're getting swarmed, and look how far back that they feel they have to play based on how mechanically outplayed it is happening in real time, especially whenever Zapatos is already in your backline at times. He lets one through. Dog is gonna bail him out, say, hey man, you left this one out, and then Zapatos is just gonna kind of play with it. With less than 100 seconds to go, a handoff to anyone that wants it out of the Aztecs, going for the musty, maybe just for the block to try and keep this one on blue grass.
Dalton's got a chance here. Play the ball off the side for Luby, going back wall. Luby misses the double, and Zora misses an opportunity to put a rebound in. Still, UT Dallas play on the offensive side of the ball. Looking pretty good doing it, but Zora has messed up as the third man, and that's a free goal for AZAP.
Unfortunate. Zora.
Oh, okay, I can't blame that.
Yeah, just a little on the interior. It's one of those where you just can't, like, you know, if we could flank, or rather than not flank, strafe a car in Rocket League, you know he'd be able to get there. But twisted to the right by just a bit too much, and then you're caught flat-footed. So 6 goals, Aztecs, no worser here. Soft double commit. Zapatos wants to punish again.
Oh, he wants flip resets, and a lot of them. Luby will stop the play at the goal line and clear the zone. 70 boost in hand. Maybe there's something to be said for a comeback, but didn't get the flip reset right there. So the Comets are pushed back, and AZAP has space again.
I like Dog's car theme. It's very thematic.
Oh no, we've gone that far, huh?
We have. But I like also this passing play. This is some of the same stuff that I've seen. Luby and Dalton have been able to connect. And hey, opportunistic or otherwise, was keying it up for Luby, but you know, San Diego State wants to score for him.
I mean, you know, that ball was going in if NPleb doesn't get a touch on that ball. So, I mean, it was going in regardless, which something to take away from the play. 30 seconds left. AZAP can kill a lot of time here. 40 boost in hand, but Zora has the read on the first go-round this time. And Dalton will pop the ball. Luby, side flip. Zora, side flips, and actually ends up working out. This is a good-looking chance for UT Dallas. They get SDSU down to their final defender, but that final defender in Dog makes a good save.
One more for the road. Not going to happen at least here. Zapatos with that piece of it. And this is going to be a 2-0 position now for San Diego State. The Aztec Warriors going to see if they can just dominate through, finish this off in a sweep. Comets with one last chance to see if they can leave it alive. Oh my goodness. The musty handoff. Give Zora the credit.
Well, AZAP is flexing his musty might. Like, no matter when we are in a game, no matter where we are on the pitch, he's looking for a musty in that Centio. And 6 for him, and the game was wrapped up anyway. And going into game 3, I think the thing that I'm really looking at here is Dog's car design, because that is a good-looking Fennec.
It is, and it also matches the whole San Diego State like Aztec style. I like the the swirls on it. It looks really nice, but it's one of those where obviously we look at San Diego State. They have been prolific for years. This is just facts. Then they go and pick up Zap, and Zap is one of those guys that just is consistent. You're not going to stop that. I do wonder how that will evolve, though, for the entire kind of CRL situation, especially because you have the Maryvilles that are out west. I want to know how they can climb that ladder and maybe even knock a few pegs off, and if it will require the same level of efficiency that Zap brings. But we go into game number 3. Can the Comets continue, or can they push the series along?
They, I think, can close this out. If AZAP keeps doing stuff like that. He's playing ones, it feels like at times. UT Dallas are just unable to contest him early on in these plays that he's setting up. They're waiting for him to come to them on the goal line, and that is a dangerous idea. And it's worked out sometimes, but it really has limited the resources that UT Dallas has on their side to break out and play transition offense. And here maybe an opportunity. Zora, nothing in the boost tank, but a follow-up from Luby turns into a shot, and the Comets are starting to cook here.
Luby and Dalton, nice handoff. That's a great misplay. Actually, not a misplay. That is a complete shield. There was so much of Luby and Dalton on this hyper rotation. Luby on this setup. You think it's going to be Dalton, and that's what they both struck for, but Zora comes in and shoves it on in.
And that works. First blood. It's the second time UT Dallas has found the first goal, or third time in this series they've found the first goal. Right?
Yes, they've scored first every single game. And then it's gotten worse.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I like the ending of the games have gotten so SDSU favored that I forgot that UT Dallas has found that first goal. And hopefully this is the game they're able to string together additional goals at the beginning of this game.
Can't take away a lot of credit either, because I've said so much about Zap, but Dog has been amazing. I mean, Pleb has been able to really be that glue of consistency between them, but Dog even more so continues to just feed the beast. And if you're going to have kind of an ace player like this, you got to have someone like Dog. Pleb, nice shot. Oh, ends up being redirected nearly to their detriment, and then they have to jump early. Zap just plays cleanup.
It's a reversal of the roles. And Pleb, and he sets up Alex Zapatos, and he just, turns around, flicks that on target, easy pickings to get San Diego State level here with 90 seconds off the clock. And, well, UT Dallas, they've lost another early gained lead. Hopefully, though, their defense holds together off this kickoff and then maybe claim it back soon.
Want to see them get a lead back, even if it's just by one for a little bit. A little bit of stalling out here by Zap, as he doesn't have to pressure out for boost. And that's going to be a takeaway. Instead, though, Luby finds it away and trying for one extra touch. They're going to drop it into the defense, but that ends up being well read and acquired by San Diego State. Dog has a free net to shoot at if Zora wasn't there, but they in fact were. Zap must retreat.
On this one, he will play. Well, Zora attacks him, and actually that ball works into a pass to Dog. Oh my word. San Diego State creating something out of completely nothing here.
Nice undercut. Able to get it right around and underneath Luby. And that's Zap, who actually waited one extra stretch before going for that initial challenge. They took themselves back and then pounced it up so they would bounce even farther. No one there to try and crash. I think they're hoping to get a little bit faster off these offensive pushes.
Well, they've had a couple of quick hits, just they've faltered at the last step, getting that shot on. And San Diego State will nearly actually turn the defensive stand into a transition into offense, but UT Dallas reversed the field so quickly right there. I'm impressed that the Aztecs found a save and were actually able to clear the zone, which, well, they will stick in the Comets' end here. Luby's trying to change that, though. A double off the sidewall, pushes N-Pleb back, and we'll just play with his food here on the sidewall. Let Dog take over.
Yeah, they've just not been ready for anything to be off pace. They're hoping that everything is in stride whenever they make these rotations upfield, and when it's not, they're just kind of left with question marks floating around their head. Dog with a fantastic clear, not past one, but past two, and Dalton left in a very awkward spot. Pleb with a putback shot, and they will extend this lead out to another.
3-1, San Diego State off the back of a Luby miss. Convert on a panicked defense, and that kind of sums up how UT Dallas has played a lot of this series. Just panicky at times in defense, and well, they got a little bit of work to do here in the final 100 seconds here if they're gonna take a game in this series. But again, it's just the tale that we've seen over and over again in this best of 5.
Constant adaptation as well, I think, by San Diego State makes it so hard to solve the puzzle, because once you have one part of it, everything else changes. No boost on that side. That corner boost is going to be left wide open. They're baiting them. Dog at the last second. Can they be able to transition? It's all easy as everyone vacated, and that's now San Diego's property.
Yeah, it's just rough. I don't even want to keep breaking down these plays. San Diego State's capitalizing on defensive errors over and over again. They stick around. They're betting on the misses at this point, and UT Dallas just not completely set. I think a series against UT Arlington is a good next step for them, because maybe that's like the rivalry spark that gets them going. Maybe that's the second best of 5 win in summer series to avoid the 1-in-14 nightmare that could transpire. So I'm looking forward to the next series as we get that North Texas Derby.
Zora gets one back. But yeah, you're not wrong. It feels like obviously there's a spark that needs to be lit for this squad to come back to it, but there's also just a massive differential being painted in front of them as to what stands between them and the best in the West. And right now, San Diego State stands head and shoulders with some of that upper echelon. Now, they have a lot of work to do. They've only played like, what, 4 or so of their series, so it's not like it's over. But UTD gonna have to find something and able to just have them keep playing this game. Pleb, is that a freebie? No, that goes a bit too high.
And this series win will put San Diego State, I believe, at 3-2. I saw the tweet where they lost to Missouri in the series before this. So I'm not sure if they played anything else other than that today. But 3-2 was a solid result for them. That puts them up there in the playoff conversation. They were already number 6, I believe, going into today. So coming out on top, positive, or at least even. I won't say positive because they did lose to Missouri, but at least even. You will take that going into the not back half quite yet for them, but the later stages of round robin play.
Congratulations on the 3-0 sweep. Going over to San Diego State. Looking pretty darn good doing it. Zap leading the charge.
Yep.
And Dog, honestly, one of my standout players for that team. Zap we already knew of, but like everyone working in great composite. But Dog, I mean, just really good. they were consistently able to put so much pressure. If it wasn't Pleb and Zap working around them, Dog looked like they were dauntless in face of them. And they're like, you know what? Cool. I'll take on all 3 of you. And maybe that speaks as to where UT Dallas's program and their players are currently at, or maybe just how confident and good Dog really is. Either way, they took advantage and made sure to just dominate through each and every single one of those games.
I mean, we talked a decent bit about the mistakes from UT Dallas in defense, but a lot of them were forced mistakes because San Diego State played their game plan to perfection. You send the shoes forward as the spearhead in most attacks, see what he can get through, and then Npleb and Dog lock things down in defense. They follow up well, and then occasionally flip the roles when the opportunity arises, because before AZAP even got to SDSU, Npleb and Dog, I think CCS Season 2, they came in 2nd place. They lost to a Kansas team that was in CRL in the fall, and I mean SDSU was a solid roster that just upgraded with Alex Zapatos, and now summer of SDSU, it just keeps on getting a bit better.
Yeah, that's very true. And you know what? I guess the one big placebo, if you will, maybe just kind of your consolation, if you are the Comets. UT Dallas is in a pretty nice spot. You get to hang out over in the Fort Worth, Dallas area, and North Texas ain't too bad a place to live unless you're in the middle of a blizzard. Don't talk about that either way. But it's the summertime. That's why we get to talk about all this. And that means that we have one big match left for the evening after this entire slate of awesome CRL has been played, right?
Yep. One more series. UT Dallas versus UT Arlington. A rivalry match to cap off the night. We're going to take a short break, but don't go too far. That next series is set to start in 14 minutes time at 9:45 Eastern and 8:45 Central Time. I'll see you in a bit. Don't go too far. Welcome back for one last time tonight on the Mr. Bepic CCA Summer Series broadcast. It's still Monkey Man with me, stuck with me for a long time now. Monkey, I know we've seen a lot of Rocket League tonight, but this is a great way to end the evening with UT Dallas playing UT Arlington.
Forget everything you know about records, about players, about all the stuff. This is what boils down all of collegiate. It's rivalry.
Yep.
It's Arlington versus Dallas. It's North Texas in a literal boilerplate trying to decide who is going to own this entirety of the great state of Texas. But obviously we got to see the Comets. They were flustered and found out by the previous squad, so they're going to see if they can be able to bring it over into UTA. And if you've not ever been over to Arlington, it's actually kind of a nice place, so check it out if you ever go to North Texas.
All right, noted. I've been through Dallas, haven't been through Arlington yet, so maybe next time I'll move over in the area. The World Championships over there later in the year, so I'll have to stop by Arlington maybe, but we'll see. Right now, it's just a virtual visit to Manfield Night, I think is where we're at, or Manfield Dusk, rather. That's the map I chose for the map. Okay. But I know I just saw UT Arlington. I said it in the Twitch chat. They were playing a 6-minute overtime is what it ended up being, and I don't know if that was in a series, like a summer series or a scrim, or what it was for, but man, they are coming out of a long sweaty overtime right into a rivalry match.
Yeah, that's either they were either just sitting around chilling and knowing that Mr. Bepic was waiting on them, or that it was in fact one of the most fatiguing ways to get yourself going into a rivalry match. So we get to see how that one does evolve in real time. If you said Arlington is mid, you can leave the chat. Actually, don't. This is Bepic's channel, not mine. But Rangers, first off, shout out. Not like the Astros, the Cheetos, as we call them. But this is going to be a couple squads that will be able to see, all right, how does their summer series end, and maybe how does their summer series continue to contend? Because UTA, I don't know what their continuous record and what else have they played tonight, because they were 1-3, but I don't know if that's gotten way worse or maybe improved. They could be knocking at the door of the top 6, depending on how that is right now.
And this is the series to get the win. Like, records aside, like you said, this is a series you want to win. In-state rivals, long-time rivals, and I think we're getting started here fairly soon. We're testing ping, getting players on the pitch, and Kicking
Yeah, I'll
off.
take
Okay, I didn't think everybody was on the field, but hey, we'll figure it out. Everybody's on now. UT Dallas and UT Arlington starting us off.
Okay, who asked Owaisical about I-30 and I-35? We all know they suck. We never said the highways were good. So you can take that dub, I guess, if you must. But in blue will be UT Dallas with Zora, Luby, and Dalton. And orange is Arlington with Caribou, Nava, and Random. A setup over to Carry. No, they can't quite get it past as they will hit the pipeline, and Random comes up with a big demo.
And UT Arlington definitely having the better summer series so far. We've talked about rivalry series, tossing all the records and everything like that out the window, but I do want to compliment UT Arlington. Their one win, at least on the updated Wikipedia page so far, came as a sweep over Columbia College. That was, I think, last week. A crazy result on the mainstream as well. Gusky and Caribou were in an interview, like a face-to-face interview, right before the series kicked off, and Caribou was talking confidently, and they go out and sweep Columbia. So UT Arlington, you know, the record might not show it completely, but they are a scary team.
And they did that past Cryptic and Samba, so it's not exactly like that was a softball either. So
Yeah,
there is
you're
something to be really measured across that kind of win. But can they continue with that? A zinger on target. There's the confidence builder right there.
And Caribou, boom, starting us off. Took him 90 seconds, but just a simple shot. Beat Dalton to that 50-50 narrowly. But still won the challenge, beat the last defender to the goal line, and all right, UT Arlington, solid start for them.
To try and get a pinch, but if there's ever a player that you don't want to test as Caribou, and they already get the setup to Random Shy. That is two in a hurry. Luby banked everything into that, and then they sent the second man, and it was just so Jover.
They were just not expecting Caribou to get that extra touch off the ground. Or maybe if he did get an extra touch, it was going forward, not to the left, right where Random Shy was. And now Caribou a chance again to score. Random Shy will be able to finish off the play. Caribou is just feeling generous there.
Oh, wow. And that's one of those tough ones, too. Zora didn't want to bonk it in off their nose, but Random Shy pats him on the shoulder and says, nah, I got you, fam. So, 3 in what wasn't a hurry in that first minutes, but it's quickly slid downhill here for the Comets.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad start for them. They were going back and forth. They're playing defense well, and then just all of a sudden, span of 30 seconds hits, and they're down a trio of goals. Like, it has gotten from not bad to very bad for UTD, and they need to get their offense going soon.
Trying to elevate a little bit higher. What a shot. The follow-up goes flying by. 2 out of 3 defenders having no boost, and it's been hypervigilance to stay upfield here by UT Arlington. Random Shy will win a big 50, and Dalton with the follow-up as they prioritize getting someone off the field. Luby, in fact, will be the first one to fall. And Luby, can they get it to a teammate? Hey. That's an open net. Can Zora get there? It's going to hit wall first.
Oh, no boost in hand. I thought for sure Zora was getting to that, but I think the 12 boost pads were on their side there at the moment. Now Luby diving in, looking to force a shot from the aerospace. Zora jumped in, expecting a touch from Caribou, but I think a misstep there actually worked in Caribou's favor. That'll be a clear for UTA.
Oh, what a bump! Oh, just a slight bit off target before that one could be pure cinema. Luby, Dalton, to both being confused as to who eventually would have to have handles on that ball, and now calculated pre-chats getting set up in the all chat as Caribou and the gang continue to take over, and they are so fast right now on the outside corners of this defensive half against UTD.
2/3 of the first 2 minutes, or 3 minutes rather, and change of this game have been spent in the offensive half for UT Arlington. But Luby can change that. He doesn't get an extra little oomph on that ball. It's nearly an open net score for Nava, but Dalton is back in time. Still, that sums it up for UT Dallas. Great look right there, but it just goes a little awry, and then it turns into very awry on the opposite end of the field.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of neat ideas all trying to be strung together, but as neat as they are, they don't come down into a measurable quantitative value, as you just see a big push, a massive jump from midfield. I think this came off of the end, yes, 2 massive demos to just turn it free.
in a sea of car parts and oil. Just parts as Caribou's shot moves through it. Easy finish for him. I mean, great setup. UT Arlington heavily in control of game 1 right here. And UT Dallas still, the struggle bus continues for the Comets.
I think they would prefer the bus over the parts that have been left behind. Luby gets turned, or actually turns out Random Shy, who I think did a lot of that work in that previous goal opportunity. So less than a minute to go, and this is a nice tone setter here for UTA. Luby unable to pounce upon it, and you see him already keying up to just go and bully. Nava left by themselves until Luby makes their appearance. Nice cameo to force us to be a little bit more awkward, and the Comets, well, they vacate the net, leaving Zora to fill that gap. They're going to have to find a way to find much more control upfield going into game 2.
That's a nice flick. Luby was able to get through 2 with it. Now low on boost, has to out 50 the last man, but Random Shy does very well in the corner right there. And here as well, cutting rotation. Caribou might have had that, it doesn't matter. 4-0 UT Arlington. They sewed up this game a while ago. And UT Dallas, they're playing for just some crumbs to take into the second game, maybe some momentum, but even that will be gobbled up by UT Arlington. A 4-0 victory for them to start us off.
This started with Caribou going fast,
yeah.
And you see that off of 7 of the 10 shots coming from Caribou. 2 goals to match up with their teammate in Random Shy, who was then the next to really cement the long stay of UTA into the UTD back half, who then only acquired 2 shots themselves.
Yep.
They got to be able to find themselves with even more response, because otherwise UTA is just going to dominate this field positioning.
And what they need is either an ability to put backwall reads on target, or just stop going for those fast doubles or fast reads right out in front of the net. Find a different way to break through the UT Arlington defense, because that's where UTD was struggling as well against San Diego State. Just a lot of quick attempts in transition that they're just not capable of hitting tonight. And I don't know if it's just an off night for them or what, but those opportunities going by the wayside have cost them potentially some games in the 2 series that we've watched of theirs. So here's Zora looking back for Dalton, and again, just a little bit off on the idea there.
Yeah, they're congregating in the same exact attacking zone, which is making it kind of worse and worse for them, because you have a good idea,
Ooh.
and then as soon as it gets countered, now you have one player that's unusable. First half minute of play comes and goes, a threat drifted aside. That's a great challenge, actually, as Zora's giving his teammates some time to have to rotate, because Nava was the one caught up first. That's a passing play, and Caribou, though, great position.
Dalton out to the side, and Nava will be quick to pounce on that play. Set up his teammates for success in the offensive zone, but Dalton can reverse all of that with a flip reset play here. Flips the ball on target. Nava will be there for a stop, though. After a 50-50, that ball leaked out center, but neither Dalton nor Luby were able to pounce on it too far out of the play, not expecting the ball to be that free in the infield. So UT Arlington playing a bit awkward right now in defense, but amid all of that awkward chaos, they do well to find a way out.
It feels a bit devil may care. Nava a couple times has been ahead of the ball, waiting for it to be handed off, like, you know, maybe a relay racer is just going to chuck a baton or something. But then Caribou is actually giving up the midfield. Dalton and Luby in the same position, and Caribou again left as a solo man on that island. But now you have everyone back there one more time looking for a redirect. Now, can they elongate this offensive? This is the longest time we've seen UTA outside of UTD's back half, and UTD is actually taking advantage of a couple of big touches, but Luby doesn't have anyone to follow.
And that extension from Nava is brilliant. Puts the ball center, and Random wasn't there for it. Dalton turns around, finds Zora, who slams the ball off the back wall, and Dalton was up for it, but couldn't find a shot on target. Instead, control given for a moment to UT Arlington, but the Comets stole it right back for at least another opportunity on net, but even that is denied.
Luby's gonna go for the goalie, give Dalton some time, and you're seeing them break down these walls. This is actually UTD looking pretty composed. In UTA, they're not struggling,
Whoa.
but they are buggling as Zora busts one through.
All right, UT Dallas finding first blood at the halfway point of game 2. And that maybe is something for them to take to the bank here. Get us tied up. But hey, hold on a second. Welcome everybody from Hockey's Raid. Dude, thank you so much. That is a lot of folks coming in to watch the North Texas Derby. Hope the 6th Series Marathon went well for you guys tonight. And welcome in everybody. UT Dallas versus UT Arlington.
Trying to see who's the best in North Texas, and so far it's been a bit better since game 1, which was a 4-0 of UTA over UTD. And UTD, they've been able to find first purchase, but can they get back downfield? Looking for a double flip reset. Zora doesn't win it past Nava. Nava is actually going to hand it off instead of taking the shot.
Wow.
Massive defense out of Dalton.
That is a huge save. It keeps UT Dallas in front, and it pushes back UT Arlington for a moment, though. Caribou and company getting right back to action just above the blue net. But the Comets counter nicely. Great passing play out of defense, and they will look to posture for a second here. Caribou out to the side. On that ball taken, or at least contested by Luby. He lets it be for Dalton, though, and UT Dallas, they seem reinvigorated right now, Monkey Man. This is an offense that we haven't gotten to see a ton of tonight, where they are moving around the pitch in sync for the most part.
They are not allowing open space to be unchallenged. That is so much of what they gave away, not just to San Diego State before, but to UTA in that previous game. They have to continuously challenge up in their face, and if they aren't there, at least fake it out, because otherwise they're going to start connecting on some of these passing plays again. So much physicality is also missing, and this could be a shot on target.
Oh.
It will ding and zing straight through, and that's good for 2.
Okay, I mean, that was kind of out of nowhere right here. Random Shy dove in for that ball, and I mean, I don't even know. He's got to get contact on that, obviously, but no one else was set for UT Arlington. Just a bit of a blunder there, and Zora found the gaping hole at the back of the UT Arlington rotation. So 2-0, UT Dallas might get themselves on the board here.
Luby just wants to burn some time. Another flip reset, Random Shy going back to their demoing ways, and someone that's been missing is Caribou. Been much more defensively minded, is going to wait to use that flip until the last second. Nava was hoping to track to it, but Luby gets there in time, but they've snuffed out any extra boost. Dalton has everything for this side of UTD, but they've also got 2 goals and some leniency. A shot on target. Zora will burn the rest of what's in their tank, and they give up their life to make sure the defense holds strong.
Oh, that's nice. Dalton and Luby combining for an out. Themselves up for a fake and an open net. Oh, that's filthy. Dalton just put 2/3 of UTA on ice skates.
Oh, man. Went zooming by, and then a backflip, and Dalton with the back step, and then securing the bag. That's 3, and that's a great way to respond to your in-state rival with 13 seconds to go. Hey, it's gross. We're able to see everything about it, and UTD doing great things out here.
All right. Arlington is going to get one back. 5 seconds left. It's a stretch to call this one a possible comeback, but hey, I'll bite my tongue and wait to see what happens.
Kickoff. Let's see. Okay, let's see what happens. We get like a 3-second kickoff. Any second kickoff goal.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right. Hold on. We wait. Bated breath. Nah, it's not
no
happening.
boost.
All right, cool. UTD brought it.
You know, we had to wait for a second for them to confirm it, but UT Dallas on the board here, and that was the best game we have seen from them against UT Arlington, against San Diego State, and look at the pressure. They put up 12 shots that game. I don't think they have hit double digits in either of the 2 best of 5s that we've seen from them tonight.
No, this is a complete 180 to stay in the conversation, considering that, you know, the main, I guess, numbers that we were looking at, they would get the early goal in each of the first games against San Diego State, and then they would let 6 happen. This time around, they let 4 happen in a row. Game number 2, not the same thing. They cut down space and didn't let both Random Shy and Caribou run all over the field free. So now, can they do it again?
And outside of the garbage time goal, that was a shutout for UT Dallas. So Arlington, I got to go back to the drawing board maybe a little bit, as Caribou just completely left that ball in Luby's lap. I mean, that's just a poor touch. Nava couldn't recover, and Luby has free access to the near side. Still a nice shot.
What an opportunistic mindset as well. Luby just seeing that one go to ceiling, and there was no one to follow. from the UTA standard. So why not track it? Zora, oh boy, this is all up to them in a 3v1 as they have to take it out. That was a fake out. They were hoping, I think, to get Nava involved. Random Shy wants to get in there. We're not seeing the same kind of connections that were happening before with UTA, and it's not like they've repaired any of that either.
No, UT Dallas, I think, is causing a wrench to fall into the plans of UT Arlington. It just looks so easy and fluid early on because there were sizable gaps on the UT Dallas back line for it to look easy and fluid. But the Comets have upgraded. UT Arlington has to do the same, and that clearance will actually get the ball into Nava's hands, but not a ton of boost in hand, so they end up dropping the ball for Caribou to take over in the corner, and that 50-50 goes Luby's way. So UT Dallas slowed things down enough in defense to prevent an immediate assault on net, but Random Shy still generated a shot.
Yeah, you got to be careful too. That's a very standard sort of corner rotation. You have to make sure that stays on the low, and then you don't just let them bolt one past you. So a bit of good fortune, but they've been under fire now. UTD, can the Comets escape it? Arlington putting them right under their thumb. Luby comes in on the respawn. Luby ends up with a massive save, and they're working off of some of these 50-50s. Random Shy, can they key up Nava? Luby ends up putting it to his own back corner, and they're still trying to dive through this very narrow space.
Oh my word, UT Arlington. They are so scrambled in offense right now, but they're finding ways to continuously put pressure on the goal line of UT Dallas and keep possession in their name, honestly, as well. This has been a long stint on the blue end of the pitch, but it might be coming to a close, and as soon as I say that, they win another random challenge there in the midfield. Random Shy, low on boost, just in position to keep the ball on the UT Dallas end. But Luby finally supplies a clear, a center ball, but Zora taken out after they nearly put a shot on, and it was still off the back wall.
A brief existence on orange grass now becomes multiple as Zora ends up a little bit too aggressive and they have to back pass it. I say that with some level of favorability. Luby doesn't get attacked by Caribou. I think Caribou gave him way too much respect. Should have challenged down. Nava's gonna put a beamer way outside on the wide wall, and now they're keying in random. What?
That's what goes in after all of the pressure, all of the clean looks. UT Arlington got on net. Random Shy just puts a worm burner towards net and then flips into the dunk. Are you kidding me? Fair enough. We're tied 1-1.
It took a while. They eventually busted through that wall. A sledgehammer didn't get the job done, so why not just keep taking a crack at it? Caribou gonna come out wide ways, and now always Nava. Oh, another one. This one, get some help.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Nava, free access to put that ball. If he goes far side with it, it's a goal. Instead, he skies it near side, gave the defense a chance on it, and the defense ended up putting it in. That one stings. If you're UT Dallas, you play such a good defense against such an onslaught of UT Arlington pressure, and it all comes crashing down in the most unfortunate way.
This is when the quick chat of this is Rocket League really comes into shine, because you have such a long-standing wall to weather the storm, and then it just crumbles. And that's just how this game can go as well. But it's not over. You have less than 2 minutes. It felt like forever, but it's not quite, as we have time for the Comets to go and bring this one back. But the same can be said for Arlington to be able to make it worse.
They are trying. Luby has popped that ball up off of a challenge, and Random Shy couldn't get complete access to the back wall. So UT Dallas searching for a clear that they cannot find. Luby in a rough spot, makes do. Finds a save and allows Zora a clear, maybe a shot on target. Caribou was a bit awkward, but he had enough boost in hand to hop up to the crossbar and make a save.
Dalton getting caught out just a bit too much. They actually had a chance. Now they have no boost. They have to fake it out and pray. Luby calls them off. And now they're just airing it out. 70 seconds to go here in game number 3. Remember, this is a tied series, so whoever ends up winning this out will have that match point advantage for at least a couple games. Luby burns through everything that they can just to work for a wall position and ends up forcing Zora to have to retreat. You gotta score here probably in the next 20 or 30 or so to have a real chance.
And Caribou taking that ball away, no one to contest him really, and even then he saw Dalton coming from a mile away. So positioned well for the 50, sets up Random Shy for another dunk goal. Random Shy's having some kind of game 3.
Random's living up to their namesake. Caribou with a heck of a 50 and then wham, using the entire hard top side of your car in Random to be able to just win the better part of power on that challenge. So now what was a tough challenge becomes an unreachable forte here for the side of UTD. The Comets, they may be just looking to GG go next, man. Especially as this one goes in.
UT Dallas, it started off so well. They went on a 4-1 run between game 2 and the start of game 3, and UT Arlington countered with a 5-0 run of their own. They have just taken over, not completely on the back of Random Shack's dunks all over the field, but I mean right there, Nava and Caribou combining for a great play as well.
I like that you called him Random Shack. That's because that's a heck of a Shack-like dunk if I've ever seen one.
All of them were.
Oh my gosh. Luby with an extension upfield, but this one's in the books. As we're gonna see UTA go up 2-1 in this battle for North Texas and see what the Comets have left in the tank to try and force it to go the distance.
Well, 3 blowout games, essentially. I mean, game 2 was the closest we've gotten so far, and even that was in favor of UT Dallas for the majority of regulation. And so, game 4, I honestly am looking for someone to just take control. And whoever does find that run at any point in the game, I feel like is going to take it, because no one seems to have any comeback potential at the moment. UT Arlington had a go with like 10 seconds left in game 2, but that's really all we've seen in terms of late game heroics today.
I mean, you know what? The one good bit of news for UTD is that when the pendulum is swinging of momentum, it often goes away and then it often comes back. So, can they make it return to them here in game number 4? The Comets got to clap back in a big way to try and at least keep this battle alive. Does it end this one, or is this series going to be able to continue?
I think game 5, we haven't got a single game 5 today. It's been a lot of sweeps, been a lot of game 4s, but nothing going the complete distance here. So my faiths lie on the back of the UTD players, but Caribou is trying to dash all of that. He sets up Random Shy with a ball that goes just an inch too far on the far post and allows UT Dallas an escape from jail free card.
Dalton getting bullied. I don't know how long you guys saw them holding hands, but they were absolutely being slung around. A bit of extracurricular activity. A shot on target. Caribou finds it to their undercarriage as well, as this one keeps on going. But for the first minute of play, UTD is finding themselves in a much better position. This one to the backboard. Random Shy has no boost. They can try and take advantage of this. They just let him bounce it on out.
That's a center ball. Dalton was making Luby think about committing for that play, but in position, Caribou finds it clear. It is taken away by Luby. Third man called into action for UT Arlington, and once again called into action here. The third man with 2 clean 50-50 wins will flip the field for Arlington. Random Shy gets to the back wall, leaves the ball alone, but Nava dusted by Dalton there.
One thing we have missing is consistency for UT. Hold on. I was going to say it for UTD. This one ends up being booted away. Luby just kind of left as maybe a decoy, and they expected 0 shot opportunity from this?
I don't know why Caribou turned slightly towards the corner there, because unless he didn't know that he was he wasn't the only man on the near side. But either way, they're gonna get it right back. Nava off kickoff splits the difference between Zora and Dalton, and I don't know what just happened right there. And Monkey, I see you got kicked from the lobby, so I'll let you get back into this thing. You just missed an awkward kickoff goal, but UT Dallas has again found first blood in a game, and they have lost it again. Dalton finds a double demo here to open up the UTA net for a moment, And Nava closes that opening on the UT Arlington side. So we'll get back to fighting for possession, or UT Arlington is going to open things up with a demo of their own on the goal line of Dallas. And all right, deep breaths. Did your game crash?
No, it's still up. I actually just need lobby info or an invite. It threw me to the invite section. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's Rocket League.
I'll get you back in lobby info in our little chat, but I'll take over for now. See what Luby can do here. He get the ball to Zora. It's a nice center ball. Caribou denies Dalton from the back wall. Great read defensively. Arlington having to deal with very high quality looks for their Dallas counterparts, but doing well on the goal line. Even then, Nava anticipating that shot from Dalton might happen and found a save as a result of it. So we'll stay 1-1.
Nava has been kind of, not to be too crazy with it, a novelty between both Random Shy as well as Caribou, because they have really been either hot hand or kind of lost in the sauce. And I want to see how some of that continues to evolve, because at times it feels like that's where there's been lack. And they turn into lacking because they've been turned into a fine mist and paste into that backside corner. UTD really starting to step it up. Dalton with a plate over to the backboard, but Random Shy uses everything left in their tank just to send that one out.
And the best Zora at the midfield line as well. Big 51. UTA an opportunity now to set up possession again, like we saw them controlling a lot in the last game. But what a save by Dalton to deny the first opportunity on target for UTA. The second one inbound though, but Random Shy wasn't expecting, I think, that second challenge would go flying way past the ball. So try again, UT Arlington to set up offense.
That was a dangerous back pass a second ago, and Random Shy had a chance to just make him look silly. But instead of doing the funny thing, they're just doing the money thing, trying to be able to cash it out here in the back blue half. Random Shy wants to win the sumo wrestling contest, and Zora is going to actually be the mightier foe, but Nava takes control. They've got Caribou to their right, and a setup, but a denial. Luby will cut him off at the pass.
And UTD has found such a rhythm on their goal line. What started this series off as an extremely scrambled and panicky defense has really upgraded, especially in transition. They're finding incredible goal line stops against some decent UT Arlington tries on the blue goal. And here's another one, Caribou on target. That's not as decent as some others have been, but Luby still found the save. And with 40 seconds left, we will stay tied at 1 apiece. Nava tries to change that. Zora denies. Where's the second look? Luby's there off the back wall, and Dalton clears the zone. Wonderful D there from UTD.
Heck of a redirect opportunity chance. Zora's going to try and elevate, and they take it away from Caribou or anyone else that has their own answer and idea in mind for UTA. A big booming clear, but it's found in the midfield. Who's going to be able to weather the storm? Looking for a fastball dive. It ends up going and rolling out. Can we have OT? Do they commit too many? Can they get the shot on target? Luby will deny it in the stripes. Can they get it to the floor? Looking for overtime. One big setup. Caribou will commit. Nava and Random Shy back up. Now the Comets try to come through. Luby keeps it up. Zora has no boost. They're just trying to kill this ball. And they finally do.
I thought UTD was just going to keep that up despite a combined like 20 boost points across all three cars. I'm happy for their sake that they were able to ground the ball and get us to overtime here in game 4. As Luby has an opportunity very early on here, but it is denied. Even entry into the orange box. And UT Arlington trying to posture now for a chance. That's a miss from Luby, but he gets right back into the play and at the very least prevents UT Arlington from establishing themselves offensively, though Nava and Caribou combine to kind of change that narrative.
It's intercept plays like that, which could be the difference maker. Also, if it's an overextension, Dalton left having to bang this off the wall. That one's gonna go up the corner. They dive! No one commits. Nava left on an island by themselves, and apparently pretty safely. That one could have been all over at the gate. Caribou will find this to the side wall, and we press on.
UTD, though, looks so good right now. They've had the bulk of the threatening chances so far in overtime. The Luby has missed again in defense, but Zora does very well there in their box, putting the ball where UT Arlington was not. And that will clear the zone. Let's double commit. Dalton finding a bump a demo. There's chaos on the UT Arlington goal line at the moment, but Nava emerges from the ashes with a half clear. It sets up Caribou for the full one.
And they extend again, letting them have a lot of time because they don't have a lot of boost. Caribou is actually going to go to the back corner. Gonna steal that away. Nothing for these UTA players to process, especially to keep upfield. They have everything stolen from their back line to the forward line. Luby's gonna give chase. They're gonna round it out. Let Dalton go first. No demo to be had. Zora's gonna try and make it difficult on Random Shy. He'll keep with the ball. 50-50. Look who's lurking. You have Nava. They're gonna breed into the corner one more time. 2 minutes to go. And now you have to be sure-handed if you're the UTD defense. They do come up strong. And the Caribou is trying to slowly bounce this field back out.
Dalton off the side wall. Denied by Nava. It's a little shaky at times for both sides, but at the moment, UT Arlington making decent reads at the midfield line especially, preventing an immediate escape for UTD, but Dalton now has space, the opposite of what I was talking about, and Dalton finds the win! He got a little bit of room to work with down the sideline, and that was enough, and Caribou saying lag, and he doesn't even jump for it. Oh no!
Oh, Caribou parked his car at the goal line, and I saw just at the end of the game, dude had packet loss pinging upwards. But you know what? Game's done. So we move forward. Game 5 is in fact here, Bepic. You wanted it? We got it.
I did want it. I don't know if I wanted it in that fashion with Caribou lagging on the goal line to give up the game winner, but I will take Game 5. I hope that that does not happen again, but UT Dallas, they did deserve a game win right there. I don't want the way in which they won to tarnish the performance they put up to get there. I think Zora especially looked incredible in defense, because at times Zora has looked bad on the goal line. There have been misses and mistouches, and there they were clutch, finding clear after clear, save after save, and it allowed Dalton and Luby to work their magic in offense. So we get Game 5. And UT Arlington now has to redeem themselves after an unfortunate Game 4 overtime loss has sent them to one final game tonight.
Doesn't matter what's now happened in the previous 4. It boils down to one game to try and own the north side of the Lone Star State. Who's going to come out the better of it? UTD or UTA? Caribou trying to play for both teams. Doesn't care who's going to take it. But ends up with a defensive clear. Nava gets softest slippery set I've ever seen, and they take their own shot from the outside.
All right, that's the kind of game it's going to be, huh? Game 5 starting off chaotic and starting off in favor of the Comets. Zora in position for that corner bounce, and that is first blood for UTD.
Great find up and down the pitch. Both these teams have been testing each other, and they're gonna find quick opportunities that they then have to be absolute opportunists for. Nava wants to just bring this one upfield and keep it there, but it's not gonna happen as they're short on boost. But now they've got plenty of that and plenty of time. They're gonna try and take on all comers, but now it becomes a demo fest. They're thinning them out. Random Shy can't get back to the ball.
Now Zora's on zero boost again, heading for that same corner that they found a setup off of a moment ago. This time, however, UTD not quite as successful. UT Arlington's a bit spread out right now. Random Shy and Nava do coalesce at the near side and stop that attempt on their net. Random Shy tracking down the rock, but Luby gets to Random Shy before Random Shy finds the ball. Caribou has to dodge a demo. This is tough right now for UT Arlington as they are being headhunted.
Yeah, they're being just shut down, and they're having to play far more defense facing towards their own net than they would ever want to otherwise. This has been just kind of a stall against them, as UTA has been made into an awkward moment after moment. A lot of demos are forcing the reset of this rotation, and now on both sides, Caribou comes up with a big stop, and Nava feels like they've just kind of lost where they need to be in the 1-2-3. That one goes over, a nice shot. It will not be going through.
Luby, though, follows it up. He drops it down for Dalton, but the crossbar saves UT Arlington once, and Nava saves them again. Luby will try to keep the ball in play for UTD, but Random Shy finds Caribou from the midfield, and Caribou takes over. We're tied up again.
4 saves carry UTA up this field. Quick, just instinctual responses. And UTD, they may have 7 shots to just the 2 of UTA, but they let one bolster them as they just snap it on through. So, less than 3 minutes, I'm seeing the details as they get illuminated in real time. Physical play is what they want to do to have to reset UTA.
And it's working. It worked up until that last transition where they were a bit empty-handed. Like, that's a great passing play that UT Arlington pieced together. And now UTA finding a bit of agency in offense, though it is taken away. Nava with 100 boost has done well in the corner previously, but just lets Luby have access to that ball. He put it center for Zora, who went flying past the rock, and that is a missed opportunity for Dallas.
Really is, but they're going to keep running with it. Luby's going to retreat, go for some midfield boost, and they're going to keep rotating off of that wall. They're keying up Zora, saying it doesn't matter if you don't got any boost, run up for it. They do, but that makes them now just kind of a slow brick in the middle of the pitch. It's a 2v1. Luby has nothing on that near side post. They make him commit, and the shot's to the opposite side. Nava, they get a lead for UTA.
Oh, this is perfect from Caribou. Realized they couldn't cut a flick on target, so they choose the next best thing, slamming the ball off the back wall. It's a tried and true Rocket League play, and Nava was keen to it. He tracked the ball nicely, put it top right for style points, and UT Arlington claim a lead.
UTD, for all intents and purposes, not out of this. Zora already committed on it. Dalton has to be very careful. They didn't know if a third man was already in their backside or otherwise. 100 seconds to go here, Bepic. And you feel like UTD has put in a ton of work, but this defense has been showing up for UTA. Oh, and the takeaway, they killed the third man. They could rush upfield.
Oh, Nava has an opportunity to go back wall, and does, but Zora, despite being low on boost, still made the play. And UT Dallas down a goal. They have spent 70% of this game in their offensive zone. They found 8 shots, but only 1 has fallen through. And all of that possession, all of that good work to put pressure on could go away if they can't find just 1 more goal in regulation. They miss on that one. Caribou finds Nava in the infield, but Luby intercepts that passing play before it gets too dangerous, and UT Arlington have to try again.
Unfortunately for UTD, their best friend has been Old Ironsides. They've rang the gong of each one of those pipes far too many times. A bouncer, a miss. Caribou, no boost. He's going to find it from the corner. Nice challenge. Zora's going to be on the cut. Nice save by Nava. We've got 40 to go. Bepic, UTD is putting UTA under fire.
Arlington is fueled up, though. They've got boost in defense now. They are just parking the bus. UTD is going to have to get creative with how they get through the defense of Arlington. As right now, there is plenty of proper positioning on the pitch for UT Arlington to take this lead to a Game 5 win. A random shy that lets that ball go, and Luby's the guy you want on it if you're UTD, but he lets that one go. UT Arlington given a second try, but Luby baits it! Oh my god, UT Dallas just tied us up! There's no way!
Not a chance! Luby had a free look, let it go to Dalton. They thought Luby had it, and Random Shy gave him too much respect. It bounces behind them. 2-2. 1 kickoff left before OT comes around. And maybe Texas could have a new king. Random Shy sends it upfield. Dalton's gonna sky it to the wall. Nava's gonna try and keep it up, and we ball out to go to overtime.
Of course we're going to overtime. UTD and UTA just want to play a little bit extra of this rivalry. Random Shy's trying to end it early on. He's got nothing in the tank, but still pokes the ball mid. Zora, the light touch. It's the ball to Luby. UT Dallas, though, don't escape their half. And Dalton required to make a tough save on the goal line. He gets it, though. The tanks are in dire situations for UTD. But Dalton makes another key block on the goal line. And Dallas find a way out.
There's 2 Ds back there. It's Dallas and Dalton. The setup, no boost, off of his freaking dome. Dalton finds a way. They're gonna go to the corner, try and be there for the 50-50. They find 2 of them. Zora, a little bit too far encroached. Can't take advantage of it as it streaks in an arc across the pitch. And Luby is gonna try and follow up. Everything starts to at least settle down.
Nava just dodged a Luby demo. And Zora can't control that ball, so Random Shot puts it to an empty back wall. Tried to follow it himself, but the defense gets a touch on it. Luby clearing the zone. Caribou's now in a 1v2 and gets the ball out to the sidewall, but Zora puts it back for Dalton, looking for the win. Random Shot gets in the way, and we play on.
We keep going. We keep cycling like a Texan tornado. It's tearing through everything that can exist, but just not doing enough damage. 122 on the clock, and we build. Dalton to Luby. They're trying to double commit to the same zone. Zora, no connection. That means Caribou has a free look. They're going to key up. Random Shy. It's a full race. Can they get it? Luby, a field.
I can't believe that's how this series ends. UT Arlington put all their eggs in one basket, and now there's a lot of yolks all over the place. Dallas, what a way to pull off an upset over their rival and get their second win of the CCA Summer Series.
The 1-14 dream is dead. It is so dead, like Texas infrastructure. But you know what? UTD, congratulations. The Comets, they build, and they were able to take down their DFW rival out there. Congratulations over to them. And UTA, I feel like there's a couple times where things just went super sideways. But Bepic, that's what rivalry games, especially in the collegiate sector, are all about. I wouldn't have it any other way.
And that's why we said at the beginning of this, records go out the window when you play your rival. I mean, these two schools are very familiar with each other. And so being 1-10 means nothing, which UT Dallas turned that into 2-10 now. I don't think they're making playoffs, I'll be honest. But hey, it's got to feel good to come away with a win, especially with how their night started. With San Diego State, at least on our stream, just decimating them. UT Dallas turned it around and showed some impressive resolve in this series.
Yeah, they were able to just showcase it can be any given day, any given time, any given series. And you know what? Sometimes it's just the fun of the moment. It's a video game after all, but being able to take on your rival, but also just having, nothing left to lose. Leave it on the pitch, leave it in the game, and have fun with your teammates. And that's what they're able to do. Can't wait to be able to see them play going into the fall. This one, I think they maybe have a series or two left to do, but it may be a little bit out of reach, but they're at least still having fun. And I know that UTA, they've got a little bit left to play. They're going to go, that really did happen. Okay, we have some of our own lessons that have to be learned from this as well.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the show. I need some dinner. It's been a long night, 5 straight series of Summer Series action. So we are going to find somebody to raid. Looks like Comp's online. So we're going to send him a raid. Everybody go show Comp some love, because that was a fun night. But follow Hail Monkey Man on Twitch, on Twitter, wherever. Follow me as well at BepicCast or Mr. Bepic. Thank you all so much for tuning in. That was a wonderful, wonderful stream. Congrats to UTD for getting that hype win to end the night. But I don't know. I'm out of words for the evening. I've talked a lot. Monkey, I'm sure you're in the same boat. So everybody, have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you when we see you.